Aluhu. El Shaddai, the hand over the elbow tenu. Abiyabam, Abiyiska, Abiyako. Atakwa dosh, Wishimeka Kwadosh, Alushimeka Loram Wahe. With Shaman Bene, Shra, Dal Shabbat, La So, Dal Shabbat, Ledo, Tamri, Ola. Beni, Bene, Bene, Shra, Oti Lola. Kisha, Shedim, Masad, El Shaddai, Wa Shemahim. Where to Alice, Ulay, Ola, Shabbat, Walina Pash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Krishateka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Imlok, Olam Wahe. Baruch Shem Kabol Makuto, Olam Wahe. Baruch Kabol Lohim in Komom, Lekeyo. Aluhu, Olam Wahe. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows his loving kindness and blesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways of justice, the God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, Chief Eleazar, to the chiefmen, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
The laws of God changes hearts, minds, and actions. The laws of God changes hearts, minds, and actions to where our thinking pattern, the things that we do and our actions are not compared to the people that don't serve God, because they have a different view than yours. The way we view things is completely different than the way the inhabitants of the earth view it. But the only way that we're going to view these things the same way, only if we serve the same God. And then even that doesn't work. Because me and you could be serving the same God, but we still view certain things differently. You know why that happens? Because one don't have the determination to change oneself according to the standards of God. This is something that you have to want. This is something that you have to desire. This takes determination to want to change according to the way God wants us to be. This is the only way that God will accept you. This is the only way to gain acceptance. This is the only way to gain some type of recognition from God. The only way. So when we do things opposite or contrary from the laws and the commandments of God, do you still think that he loves you? Will God continue to love you? No. Because love is shown. Love is shown, not spoken. Actions prove that I love you. Your actions prove that I love you. Not you telling me I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. But when I walk, you take a knife and you stab me in my back. Love is an action word. You show your love by actions.
Right. Speak louder than words.
None of my actions and the things that I've done to you can approve and show you that I despise you. What actions have we done or have you done to prove that you love someone?
What have you done? What have you sacrificed?
What have you sacrificed?
What you gave up?
What did you give up to prove your love for God? This is far and beyond. I ain't talking about humans and mankind. We're going beyond that. Prove your love for God. Prove your love for God. And how do you prove your love for God? By taking heed to every word that comes out of God's mouth. And the only way to learn about God is in the book. We don't have prophets. We don't have no priests here to come tell you nothing about thus saith the Lord. Thus saith the Lord is here. It's right here. This is where thus saith the Lord is. This is where thou shalt. This is where thou shalt not. A God requires certain things. A God requires. He requires. What?
There are requirements.
There are requirements when you serve this God. Huh? There are requirements when you serve this God. There are laws, commandments, and statutes that we need to follow to be accepted by God. And when we don't follow these laws, commandments, and statutes that come from out of the mouth of God, God will begin to push you away. Now you got to be a detector. Now you got to be a detector. You got to be able to detect. You got to be able to detect when God is pushing you away. When God is putting space in between you and him. That dwelleth between the cherubs. You got to be able to detect that. And when you detect it, be truthful to yourself. When you detect it, be truthful to yourself. That's the beginning of our downfall. You know what's the beginning of our downfall? We're not truthful to ourselves.
Denial.
We are in denial of the truth. We are in denial of what position we are in right now in the eyes of God. Think, and everyone needs to ask this question to themselves. What position am I in with God? Am I doing everything that I know to be lawful and right by God? Am I fulfilling these laws, commandments, and statutes that can be fulfilled here according to what God says? And then you sit down and think upon it. Sit down and think and let him play with those words and come to terms with yourself. Bethink yourself. Huh? Bethink yourself. I'm going to hit up a chapter in Ecclesiastes. No, 2nd Ezra, chapter 6, verse 38. But my chapter that I'm going into is Deuteronomy 23. Okay? It said, and I said, O Lord, thou spakest from the beginning of the creation. That was God. I said, that was God. The only book with a record. I said the only book with a record of how the earth was created. The only book. So a lot of people come up with science and atoms and protons and want to include it in the creation of God. But you ain't gonna never hear me say that.
Yeah.
You're not gonna never hear me and try and include science with the word of God. Because when you include science with the word of God, you take away from God's, from the creator having the power of the spoken word. And when God has the power of the spoken word, he can speak things into existence without protons, without neutrons, without atoms, without a combustion, without none of that. You will never hear me say that. And don't talk to me and tell me nothing about no science when it comes to God's creation. Because my God speaks things into existence. There was no land. There was no land. When God said, let the dry land appear, he spoke it into existence. There was no land until God spoke it. There was no lights until God spoke it. There was no sun and moon until God spoke it. There was no grass until God spoke it. Get that in your cotton picking head and stop taking away from the power of my God.
Right.
Stop putting limits on my God, like God needed protons, like God needed neutrons, like God needed atoms, combustion. That's why if you read Genesis 1 carefully, God created the grass and the herb of the field before the sun.
That's right. No
Or
green.
photosynthesis.
So now you don't have to don't tell me nothing about photosynthesis and the greenhouse effect.
That's right.
There was no greenhouse effect when you're dealing with God.
That's right.
It just happens.
It just happens.
That's right. Let's go down.
I said it just happens.
That's right. It defies the rules
Huh?
of man. Blood and fat.
It said, and I said, O Lord, thou spakest from the beginning of the creation, even the first day, and said it thus, let heaven and earth be made. You can go there if you want. Second Ezra chapter 6. Second Ezra chapter 6 in the Apocrypha. He said, what? Let heaven and earth be made. Because before there was a heaven and an earth, it was just water and darkness upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God hovered over the face of the waters. And then said, and God said, I said, and God said, let there be light. There was no, there was no bang and none of that, man. Light just came into existence.
Right.
Because he's God. It just happened. Verse 38. Second Ezra chapter 6, verse 38.
And I said, O Lord, thou spakest from the beginning of the creation, even the first day, and saidest thus, let heaven and earth be made, and thy word was a perfect word.
And thy word was a perfect word. That's it. God's word was perfect. What made God's word perfect? Because whatever he spoke came into existence. It just happened.
Right.
The only one with the power of the
It just
spoken
happened.
word.
Let's read.
And then was the spirit, and darkness and silence were on every side. The sound of man's voice was not yet formed.
Nothing was living. It was nothing living.
Nothing.
Just the creator.
And his creation.
He created heaven and earth and darkness. That's it. Nothing was living at this point in time.
That's right.
Wisdom said, I was there.
Let's read.
Right there. Then commandest thou a fair light to come forth of thy treasures, that thy work might appear.
Then God commanded light to come out of his secret treasures. To come out of his secret treasures. It's not sunlight, neither is it moonlight. It's just that light. It's just light. Let's read.
Upon the second day, thou madest the spirit of the firmament, and commandest.
Upon the second day, thou madest the spirit of the firmament. You know what the firmament is? Requia. Requia is the space. That's the space that God put, the firmament in the space that God put to separate from the waters from above and beneath. He separated that. Let's read.
And commandest it to part asunder, and to make a division betwixt the waters, that the one part might go up and the other remained beneath.
That's right, Tamshi.
Upon the third day, thou didst command that the waters should be gathered in the seventh part of the earth.
Upon the third day, thou didst command that the waters should be gathered in the seventh part of the earth. 6 parts hast thou dried up and kept them to the intent of these, some being planted of God and tilled, might serve thee. That's when the dry land appeared. When God gathered all the waters and put them in certain spots, then the dry land appeared. Read.
For as soon as thy word went forth, the work was made. For immediately there was great and innumerable fruit.
Great and innumerable fruits.
And many and diverse pleasures for the taste.
Many and diverse pleasures for the taste.
And flowers of unchangeable
color. Beautiful.
Odors of wonderful smell.
Odors of wonderful smell.
And this was done the third day.
This was done on the third day.
Upon the fourth day, thou commandest that the sun
should shine.
And the moon give her light. And the stars should be in order. And gave them a charge to do service unto man that was to be made.
The sun, the moon, the stars was put here to serve you. But you, with your fickle mind, want to serve and worship the sun. Don't that sound backwards? Why do people look at the sun and the moon and these stars, which is astrology, as gods and deities, when God put them same things here to serve you? The Creator put these things here to serve us. But then we turn around and serve them. Call them gods. Let's read.
For the dumb water and without life brought forth living things at the commandment of God.
What verse you at?
48.
Go ahead.
For the dumb water and without life brought forth living things at the commandment of God, that all people might praise thy wondrous works.
All people may praise thy wondrous works. The birds came out the water. Everything flew out and came out of the waters. Let's read.
Then didst thou ordain 2 living creatures, the one thou callest Enoch. And the other Leviathan.
Those are 2 creatures. One is a land creature, one is in the sea creature. Read.
And didst separate the one from the other, for the 7th part, namely where the water was gathered together, might not hold them both.
They're too big. He said they're enormous. They are too big and grandioso in stature to where they both can't live together. God had to separate them.
Only one can stay in the ocean.
That's right, Tamshi.
Unto Enoch thou gavest one part which was dried up, the third day, that he should dwell in the same part, wherein are 1,000 hills. But unto Leviathan thou gavest the 7th part, namely the moist, and has kept him to be devoured, of whom thou wilt and when. Upon the 6th day thou gavest commandment unto the earth, that before thee it should bring forth beasts, cattle, and creeping things.
The 6th day God created the animals. He created the beasts. He created the cattle. He created the creeping things. Those are God's creation. And then God commanded us not to make an image of his creation. Do we know the definition and the meaning of a cult image? Which derived and came from Egypt. A cult image is an image of a human form. Statues, pictures, these things God told us to stay away from because it was of other cultures to make images and deities of these things and worship them. So God says stay away from them. Don't have them to yourself. But we are so attached to the things that God despises. We are so attached to the things that God despises. And we refuse to disattach ourselves. All just to please God. We worried about pleasing ourselves instead of pleasing God. I said we are worried about pleasing ourselves instead of pleasing God. But we never sat down and thought and said, what does God think? about this situation? Huh? We're not worried about how God feels. Right now, I'm worried about here and now, about how I feel in the predicament I'm in. Me. That's why a person with inordinate self-esteem. Self-esteem means you put yourself first above anything and anybody. You can't, that person, people that do those things can't serve God. This is why people have a problem serving God. Because the book teaches us not to be proud. The book teaches us that it ain't all about you. Sometimes I may have to put my feelings on the back burner and worry about others to do the laws of God. Tom Sheep.
Verse 54.
Read.
And after these Adam also, whom thou madest Lord of all thy creatures, of him come we all, and the people also whom thou hast chosen. All this have I spoken before thee, O Lord, because thou madest the world for our sakes.
Say, all this have I spoken to thee, O Lord, because thou hast made the world for our sakes. Not for God. God don't need the world. He didn't need it. Let's read.
As for the other people, which also come of Adam, thou hast said that they are nothing, but be like unto spittle, and has likened the abundance of them unto a drop that falleth from a vessel.
Mm-hmm.
And now, O Lord, behold, these heathen, which have ever been reputed as nothing, have begun to be lords over us and to devour us. But we, thy people, whom thou hast called thy firstborn, thy only begotten, and thy fervent lover, are given into their hands. If the world now be made for our sakes, why do we not possess an inheritance with the world?
You hear the question that this man is asking God? Huh? He said, as for other people, which also come of Adam. Right? He's not talking about the nation of Israel. He's talking about the world, the foreign nations.
Everybody else.
Okay? Right? But be like unto spittle, and has likened the abundance of them unto the drop that falleth from a vessel. And now, O Lord, behold, these heathens, right? Which have ever been reputed as nothing, right? Liken the abundance of them unto a drop that falleth from a vessel. Which have ever been reputed as nothing, has begun to be Lord over us and to devour us. Why, God? Why did God allow these people to be Lord over us?
Switch up.
Why did God switch everything up and allow us to be at the bottom? Because we refuse to take heed to his laws, commandments, and statutes. And we still refuse to take heed to his laws, commandments, and statutes. I'm not talking, and I'm not conversating with nobody that eats swine. I'm not talking and conversating with nobody that bald them heads. I'm not talking and conversing about God with people that shave their beards. Ain't nothing to talk about, man. Get that correct before you come talking about books, because you're not going to be in the right mental state. Think. Why do we take advice from people that goes against God? Their advice is not going to be good. Warped. Their advice is going to be warped. Why? Because they are warped. What made them warped is because they go against every word in the book. So keep shaving your heads and balding your face. Let's read. That's it, right? Let's go to Deuteronomy 23. He said, but we, thy people, whom thou hast called thy firstborn, thy only begotten, and thy fervent lover are given into their hands. Yeah, God called us our firstborn. And at first, in the beginning, it was all about Israel. Guess what? It's not like that no more. I said, it's not like that no more. Everything has shifted. Now the Most High say, I'm the God of the spirits of all flesh. He said, I'm a God for all people. Every and anybody could come and serve me. So why, when white people come within the ranks, we shun them? Why did we shun everybody except for black people when all black people is not Israel? In fact, black people ain't God people. When all black people is not Israel.
Get out of here.
Because you're black means you're God's people. Oh, because you're black, I'm calling this guy my brother. No, you ain't my brother. I said my brother served the same God I serve.
Fact.
My brother served the same God I serve. And
Fact.
if you're out there doing other things instead of serving God, you are not my brother. If the brother's white and he served God, that's my brother.
That's correct.
If a dude is Chinese and he slant eye, and he served God, that's my brother. What connects us? Our lifestyle.
Fact.
The only thing that connects us is our lifestyle.
Not
Same God,
black.
same people.
Yeah.
Black ain't got nothing to do with
The
it.
black man is evil.
Same law.
Because black ain't got nothing to do with
The
it.
black man is evil.
Okay? Okay? It all started with black people.
Yeah, the black man is
Before
evil.
the color change came about,
It all went down with
Get
black.
out of here, man.
it started and it went down with black people.
Yeah.
So watch
All
out.
black
Watch yourself.
Yeah.
Watch yourself,
Stop
man.
eating blood.
Let's read Deuteronomy chapter 23.
He that is wounded in the stones or have his private member cut off shall not enter into the congregation
now.
of the Lord.
Okay, now. Now, it said he that is wounded in the stones, which means his testicles is crushed, right? Or he had his private member cut off.
Damaged.
Huh? Guess who else can't enter into the congregation of God? A person with a foreskin. And back in the days, Joshua had to do short arm inspection. I said, Joshua had to check. I don't want to look at your pencil.
That's
Right.
But guess what? If I need to prove,
Right.
I'm going to get a woman. I'm going to find a woman,
Yeah.
and you're going to have to whip the shrimp out.
All you gotta do is look, man.
Shrimp got to get whipped out.
He's not allowed to say it.
That's the higher level. That's next. The shrimp has to get whipped out.
That's right.
And I'm going to call the nekeba. Nekeba means woman. Hey, listen, sister. You take that young brother in the room, and I want him to whip the shrimp out. Make sure you look at it and let me know if you see a crown or a pointed head
Or a helmet.
or helmet.
Anteater.
Let me know if you see an anteater or a crown.
Yeah, it's a big difference. A big difference.
Exactly.
You look more like
Exactly.
a human.
Yeah, that's next. Because I don't want you lying coming around here, lying coming amongst people that that wants to serve God with lies.
That's a sin, man.
Okay? Now, it says, can I enter into the congregation of God? When you look up the word congregation, is quahel. Quahel means congregation, assembly, or convocation. And it means, all three words means a gathering of people. When people come to gather to serve God, you got to be checked.
Yeah.
That's right. Sure.
You got to be checked.
That's right.
You got to be checked.
That's right.
Tom Sheik.
A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
Okay, now what is a bastard? A bastard
The world is full of.
A bastard is a child, which is a mamzer. It's an illegitimate child. Okay? Illegitimate child. Illegitimate means what? Not in accordance with accepted standards. What standards? Which standards? God's standards. There are standards in here that we need to go by to substantiate a marriage. Okay?
That's right.
To substantiate a marriage.
Yeah.
Okay? So now, what are the standards that we need to go by to substantiate a marriage? This will stop men from being promiscuous.
Yeah.
Stop running around with the woman in the congregation, sleeping and cohabitating, because I'm not going to blame the woman. I'm going to blame the men. You dudes are the ones that pursued after this woman, went into her when you didn't have good intentions. Good intentions when you went with this woman. Your only intentions is to marry this woman.
Facts.
Your only intentions is to have this woman as your wife.
Facts.
have children with them, raise up a family in the laws and the commandments of God. But there are bad people everywhere. There are evil people everywhere. Do not use certain instances. Do not use certain instances to leave off from the true and living God. And that's what people do.
Like
people use instances and predicaments that happen within and say, well, this is the God that they serve, and go off. There are instances that go on in Christians, Muslims, every except for the way of life. This is the way of life. This is not a religion, but every religion have instances where it happens and it goes down within. But it doesn't take away that this is the true and living God that we serve. Okay? So now, a bastard. Illegitimate meaning not in accordance with accepted standards. Right? How do we go about this? I go to the father. I ask the father, let the father know, listen, I love you. I like your daughter. I want to marry your daughter. When you ask that man to marry his daughter, you got to have a place to put her. You got to be working. Okay? You can't take the woman out of her house to put her in a worse predicament. You take the woman out of the house, y'all living in the cardboard. In the park.
Bouncing around
all over the place.
Bounce around.
Then you lie about the people. We are natural born liars. Okay?
Talk about the president of the United States.
So we can't, all right?
Just to get the girl.
Another thing that substantiates a bastard is incest. Incest and adultery. When a woman cohabitate with a man and she's married and have a child out of wedlock. When a man go have sex with a woman and she's married and have a child with a married woman. Incest. When a man sleeps with his sister. Okay, those are all incest. Now, rape. That's a hot topic. Because what if that, and only by the will of God, why Tamar and Dinah get pregnant? Because what if they would have got pregnant? What would have happened then? I don't think the guy would have died, which means they would have had to keep that baby. But the Most High, in His infinite mercy, he blocked it. God was in it. God was in it. He was close to them. For those that didn't know, Tamar got raped, and Dinah also got raped. The word that they use for rape, for Dinah, it says anai. It also means to treat violently. So Shechem, when he took Dinah, he was violent with her. He took it from her. So after he took it from her, what was her mentality? What was the mentality of the woman in the East? Once you took it, I'm not going nowhere. I belong to you. You got it now. Okay? That's it. Time sheet.
A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
Okay.
Even to his 10th generation shall he not enter into the congregation of the Lord.
And Israelites are having a lot of bastards. Yeah. I said Israelites are having a lot of bastards. Because we want to cohabitate and have sex without intentions of marrying the woman, and then you bring forth children, and then you expect this child to serve God. Bastards are not accepted. God will never accept a bastard. There are certain people that we read about that God said will not be accepted. Okay? Will not be accepted. It is a certain requirements that you have to come with to serve this God, man. Time sheet.
An Ammonite or a Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the
An
Lord.
Ammonite or a Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of God. Moab and Ammon were not Chinese and Japanese, number one.
Make it clear.
Moab and Ammon were not incest babies.
Make it clear.
Number two, God told us why they can't be accepted. God revealed to us and told us why Moab and Ammon cannot be accepted. Now, who are these people? Right? We're going to dig deep today. Who are these people? Who are Moab and Ammon? And these people had a lot of ways and customs. Okay? Okay? Now, Moab and Ammon were the children of Lot. They were in Sodom and Gomorrah. And because Abraham found grace in the eyes of God, he delivered his nephew. The same God then is the same God now. This is why it's beneficial to serve God in severity of heart. Because by you being truthful with God and serving God, he will deliver your son. He will deliver your daughter. He'll think twice before he jam your son. Because the father has gained full recognition and acceptance from God. Okay? Now the ways and the customs of Moab and Ammon. Right? We're going to get into that later, I think. Jumping the gun. Jumping the gun. Okay? Where you at?
Verse 4.
Go ahead.
Because they met you not with bread and with water in the way when you came forth out of Egypt.
Now, because they met you not with bread and with water. Now we see why can't be accepted. Now we see why Moab and Ammon is not accepted. Because when we left out of Egypt, we wanted to pass through their land. And they came out against us with swords. Hostile. They didn't come out greeting us. They came out real hostile to go to war. God said, okay, you did that to my people. You guys can never be accepted. I will never accept you. Now, this is a prime example. Prime example of God accepts those who makes exceptions for his laws. Why I say that? Example, Ruth. Ruth was who? A Moabitess. And this woman was accepted by God. Because she had righteous ways. She has so much good ways about her. A woman married Naomi's son. Her sons died, and Ruth stuck by her mother-in-law. Now, the mother-in-law, Naomi, she, in her righteousness, considered her daughter-in-law and said, listen, why are you still here with me? I don't have no more sons here. You can't get married here no more. He said, I don't have nobody here for you to marry. Go on back to your people. Go on back to your people. You know what she told him? She said, where you go, I go. Where you lay, I lay. Where you die, I die. She said, your God is my God.
That's it.
And she was wholly determined to serve. She was already here. And now that substantiates what? When you come to serve this God, there are certain people you need to separate yourself from. You can't go back to your people. You can't go back to your nations. You can't go back to that custom, because that's what's going to be a block. That's going to block you. That's going to be a stumbling block. It's going to get in the way of you serving God by you going back to those paganistic customs, to them people that acquired and had those paganistic customs. Now your thinking starts to change. Now the way you talk starts to change. Now your mindset starts to change. This is a heavy process, man. We don't have no time to be playing with this. That's called a setback.
That's right.
You're going to set yourself back with God, man.
That's right.
And most people don't come back once you get set back. Some come back.
Most don't.
Some end up staying.
Most don't.
Because you don't left off from a culture or a lifestyle that you love,
That's right.
that you desire. So now when you left off, you're in training to despise that lifestyle.
That's right.
You are in training to despise that lifestyle, but then you went back.
Everything you did.
So everything you did don't count. It's like you're starting all over again. It's like you never heard about this God. Huh? Where we at?
Middle of 4. And because they hired against thee Balaam, the son of Beor of Pethor of Mesopotamia, to curse thee.
This guy, Balaam, the son of Beor from Pethor, was a diviner.
Yeah.
It was a dude. This was a dude that was appointed to curse the nation of Israel. But at this point in time, the nation of Israel, God ain't seen no sin in them. He said there was no sin. There was no iniquity found in Jacob. At that point in time, they was perfect with God. They was whole with God. They was complete with God. So God ain't seen fit. God didn't see fit to do them no harm. And God ain't seen fit for nothing to harm them. So when things happen in our lives, it's time to back up and consider and reflect on yourself. It's time to back up and reflect on self. Why did this happen to me? What am I coming short in? What am I coming short in? Joshua said that. He said, what's going on? Why did the nation run? He's laying down flat on his face. The presence of God come down. He said, God told me, he said, get up.
Get up.
He said, there's iniquity within. There's iniquity within the ranks. Someone within the ranks did something that affected the whole nation. Huh? Which means a person can do something within the house that can affect everybody. Huh? A person can do something in a house that can affect everybody. That's why you got to be careful with who you live with.
That's right.
That's why you got to be careful with who you live with. Because whoever you live with has to be on the same mind frame as you. And when you do something and bring it in the house or do anything, it can affect the whole household. I said, this is how God deals, man. And we learn the ways of God and how the Creator deals by reading the book. By reading the book, man. So if you ain't make your mind up to serve this God, there goes the door. That's what God says.
That's right.
This is the word of God.
That's right.
This ain't my words.
No.
This ain't your words.
That's right.
This ain't our words.
That's
This
right.
is not nobody's words.
Right.
Get out of your feelings.
Let's say it again.
Okay.
Say it again.
Get out of your feelings.
Clowns.
Why do we read the book
Clowns.
and sit and listen to teachings and we be all in our feelings?
Oh, yeah. I see it.
We be all in our emotions.
The man has become woman.
We got to get rid of these things, man. When you come to serve God, God told us where to channel our emotions. He said, love God with all my heart, soul, and might. With everything you got, love God.
Fact.
With everything you got, love God. So there's no place for nothing else.
Fact.
There's no room for nothing else.
Fact.
Which means once you go against God, you are going against me.
Yeah.
Or you're going against a person that have made their mind up to serve God.
Me.
That's why Samuel, good example. Samuel, excellent example, right? God commanded Saul to wipe out the Amalekites. Saul had a better idea. King Saul had a better idea than God. He saved the king. He saved the best of the sheep to offer up sacrifices and offerings to God. And when Samuel came, you know what he told Samuel? I have fulfilled the commandment of the Lord. So Samuel said, what do you mean you fulfilled the commandment of the Lord? He said, what mean it then the hearing of these bleating of these sheep? Where's all these sheep coming from? He said, and you saved Agag alive. He came back again. I have fulfilled the commandment of the Lord. He looked at him. He said, all right. He said, come here. Let me tell you what God told me.
Yeah.
So let me tell you what God told me next night.
Yeah.
Huh? And because of that, Samuel did not worship with him. At that point in time, King Saul knew that the kingdom has been rent and given to his neighbor. That's why he chased David all over the place. He chased David all over the place to kill him. He said, because he's trying to substantiate the kingdom within his house. He said, told Jonathan, he said, as long as King David alive, he said, you're not going to be king. But Jonathan didn't care about that. Jonathan didn't care about that. He said, man, listen, King David going to be, he said, man, you're going to be king. He said, and after you, I'm going to be king. Man, them guys there, it was like they was knit together. They was knit together, man. They was knit. But it came a point in time in history when Jonathan, he tried to mend it and correct it with his father. He tried to mend it and correct it with his father. And I see that here. Sometimes you try to mend certain things with Paul, and he don't having it. The only choice you got is to agree. He said, okay, G, I try to show you. You don't want to hear it? Okay, I'm agree with you. What? It's black? It's purple now. But he says it's black. All right, P. I said, all right, P is black. And that's what took place with Jonathan. I'm not going back and forth with Paulie. I'm not going back and forth with him. Jonathan ain't go back and forth with his father. He tried to show him. His father didn't want to hear it. His father didn't want to listen. After he started getting frustrated. The last time, you know when he stopped? When he almost died. Yeah. He said, man, you done gained allegiance with my enemy. With David? He said, why? What do you mean you telling him not to come? He took the javelin. The javelin went through the wall. Yeah. If that would have hit him, then I'm dead, you know.
Yes.
Dead.
Yes.
So he ran out,
Yes.
shot those arrows. He said, keep running. And that was the last time Jonathan saw his man's face, man. And because of the allegiance between King David and Jonathan, nobody could do none of Jonathan's sons wrong.
He said, bring him here.
He said, nah, you're going to eat at my table. He said, come on over here. Was it Mephibosheth? One dude, Ishbosheth, was laying in his bed. That a dude ran up in the house and killed him on his bed. Two of King David's servants. Now learn the ways of God. And learn the things. That's how we learn the ways of God, by reading the book. God got to show you this. He said, man, you killed Ishbosheth. He said, what's worse? He said, man, you done ran up in the man's house. The man was sleeping. He said, that's not honorable. He said, you was sleeping and you killed him in his bed while he was asleep. He told Benaiah, he said, man, fall on him, man. Fall on him. I said, you learn the ways of God by reading the book.
That was cool.
If you want to acquire the ways of God, read the book and pray. Pray that God shows you. Because you can read over and over. And according to your ways and how you live your life, He block you.
That's majority of Israel now.
According to your ways and how you live in this life, that is contrary to God, he blocks you from seeing it. Why he block you? So that you can't see it, so you can't deliver yourself.
That's right.
Keep doing that.
Your pit bounds.
So that you do not deliver yourself.
Yeah.
Because I am doing things that is causing me to keep me on the outside.
Yeah.
I said, I am doing things that's causing me to keep me on the outside.
Yeah, bald heads.
Okay?
Yeah, blood eaters. Yeah, bald heads.
Where we at?
Yeah, blood eaters.
Verse
Yeah.
5.
Verse 5.
Nevertheless, the Lord thy God would not hearken unto Balaam, but the Lord thy God turned the curse into a blessing.
Nevertheless, he said, the Lord thy God will not hearken to Balaam. If I'm right with God, you can take my hair. You can have my clothes. You can have my name. You can't do nothing to me. Nothing. You know why I noticed that? Because when you have gained full recognition from God, full acceptance from God, and you mess up, he's still not going to allow you to, I'm going to deal with him. He said, I take care of that. Like he did David, man. He said, I will take care of that. You ain't going to jail. You ain't going nowhere. He said, I'm going to put you under rigorous restraints. Rigorous chastisement. To where you only going to be able to determine and say, man, this come from God.
That's right. This affliction comes from
This
God.
come from God. He said, oh, you want to deal with me? You asking me to deal with you like I deal with your forefathers? He said, you're asking a very heavy thing, my brother. He said, okay, I got you. I got you. Huh? But just know, when you go, you are definitely accepted. And you have gained full recognition. When God deals with you that way,
victory.
huh? You won.
That's right.
One. That's winning.
That's winning. You gained the victory.
That's
You
the
won.
victory.
That's right. That's right.
Let's read.
Because the Lord thy God loved thee, thou shalt not seek their peace, nor their prosperity all
Thou
thy
shalt
days,
not seek their peace,
nor their prosperity
nor their prosperity.
all thy days forever.
Which means there are certain people that we don't need to be bothered with to seeking people
Thank
peace,
you.
how they doing.
Yeah.
So if God said this now, what makes you think about today?
Still stands.
It's worse today.
Of course.
So why do we continue to look out for people that despise your God?
That's right.
Huh?
Right.
This has to deal with some type of feelings.
Yeah.
Sometimes you may get a heavy feeling to look out for a person.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
You feel pity for a person.
But when I
Feel
don't
sorry
get that,
for 'em.
when I don't get that feeling, I'm not giving you nothing.
It's not wrong.
You know, when you get that feeling, it could be coming from God. And it could be coming from the adversary too.
You're not watching.
You gotta watch it.
You're on point.
You gotta be on point. You gotta be careful. There's the church. We got churches on every corner. If you're hungry, you want something to eat? Go, son.
Every 50
Come on over here. Come here. Let me show you something.
Every
See the
50
church
feet.
right there? They're giving out food.
Pantry.
There's a pantry in there.
Call it the pantry.
Go get some food. But I'm not going to give you money because then what? You're strengthening the hands of the wicked. And you are most definitely wicked and evil in the eyes of God.
That's right.
So if you want some food, I have a way to give you some food. Also, it says, and it reads, he said, feed the wicked. And I will heap hot coals upon his head. So I can give you food. But I'm not going to give you no money. I'm not going to give you a Russian ruble.
That's what they want, money.
I'm not giving you no money. You want food? I'll buy you a food. The dude that hanging out in front of the supermarket. I look at him. I say, you want some food? And do you want to eat? He look at me. No, no money.
Money.
No money. No money. I got food. Do you want to eat? Come on, let's go eat. Oh, you don't want to eat? Then I'm going to keep walking. I said, I will keep walking. I'm not giving you some money.
There's another food he wanted.
Yeah.
Back then, they wanted food.
Let's read. Verse what?
Verse 7.
Let's read it.
Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite.
This is a hot topic here.
Thou shalt not
I said this
Edomite.
is a hot topic.
Israel is full of racism.
Racist.
Israel is full of racism. Racist and
No, first thing, the word
Easy.
Adomi.
Easy.
Adomi. The definition of Adomi is red hair. Red hair and ruddy.
What's that?
Okay? Never said white. Never said white. Esau is not the white man.
yeah.
His father's Isaac.
His father is Isaac, a man that was accepted and recognized by God. But the people is taught to despise the white man.
Yeah.
That they put us in slavery, but they didn't put you in slavery. God put you in slavery. God put us in slavery because we refuse to hearken to his laws, commandments, and statutes.
That's right.
So God was the one that put us in slavery.
That's right.
Okay?
Well deserved.
Now, Adomi means red hair. You know what red hair is? Having hair of a reddish blonde or orange brown color. And you see that today. You see black people with reddish hair, reddish, orange, brownish color hair. My nephew got reddish hair. My nephew has reddish hair.
Yeah. That's right.
My nephew has reddish hair.
Correct. Perfect example.
Ruddy. Reddish brown complexion. Now I had two examples in the book, because that's what we need to do. When you come up with examples to substantiate what you're saying, you gotta go in the book.
You got to correlate with the book, man.
You gotta go in the book to show your examples.
Yeah.
All right? So, example number one. We're gonna go to 1 Samuel chapter 16. If you want to go there, you can go there because this information is substantial. All right? So, 1 Samuel chapter 16, and we're gonna start from the top.
And the Lord said unto Samuel, How long wilt thou mourn for Saul?
You see what God told him? He said, how long? You're going to continue to cry and mourn for Saul. Huh? Now, that struck something in my mind. Be careful. Be careful with the sayings and the customs of these people.
Yeah.
I said, be careful with the sayings and the customs of the people.
Yeah.
All right? He said, how long will you continue to mourn for Saul? We have all, or I hope we have finished English class. That's the first thing. I hope you finish English class. I tell you, Chief Mother, I hope people finish English class. Because people are now telling you grand rising. Grand rising is in connection to the sun god.
That's right. Satanic worship.
They use that terminology. Why I have to say it is because you have people within the ranks, within Israel, that says it.
Don't know what. Yeah.
Okay? Grand rising is in connection to the sun god. They said grand rising in commemoration to the sun god when the sun rises. And the reason why they say that they don't say good morning is because you have two types of mornings. M-O-R-N-I-N-G and you have M-O-U-R-N-I-G. There are two definitions. Homophones means they sound the same, but they have two different definitions.
Yeah.
If I tell you good morning, that don't mean I'm telling you good sorrow, good grief. Right. It all depends on how we use.
Right.
Okay? Morning, good day. Right? Mourning, M-O-U-R-N-I-G, means mourning or crying or grief. That's the difference. Be careful when we use certain terminology and certain sayings, and don't get your information and start following people that don't serve God because their mentality is sick.
That's right. Where those sayings come from. Devil worshipers say grand rising.
Devil worshipers say grand rising. Diviners say grand rising. Hey, guess who else said it? Anton LaVey.
Top devil worshiper. That's a top devil worshiper.
Anton LaVey is the #1 devil worshiper. Look up his name, Anton LaVey.
You know who else said?
I said he said grand rising.
You know who else
and
said?
He served the devil.
You know who else said? Masonic worshipers.
Masonic worshipers,
Negroes that's
Grand Rising.
Negroes that's in the
And
Masons.
guess what?
Yeah.
And God gave us a law to differentiate us from the people that we live amongst.
Yeah. Talk about it. Trauma.
So if you are different from the people you live amongst, don't pick up habits and sayings and doings of the people that you live around. Okay? Keep your mind head. Stay strong. Stay strong and take heed to yourself.
Yeah.
Okay?
All Masons is pit man.
He said, how long wilt thou mourn for Saul, seeing I have what?
I have rejected him.
I said, God rejected him from what? From what? Reigning over Israel.
Fill thy horn.
God rejected him. When you are rejected of God, you will not be accepted. You will not be considered. When you are rejected of God, you won't submit to God. You're not going to submit to the Creator's laws because you're rejected. You're pushed away.
That's right.
So because God has pushed you away, you're gonna lean, you're gonna be estranged. You're gonna continue to go off.
You're gonna make sure your head shine. You can have not one speck of hair on it.
Go ahead, read.
Fill thine horn with oil and go.
Fill that horn with oil and go.
I will send thee to Jesse the Bethlehemite. For I have provided me a king among his sons. And Samuel said, how can I go? If Saul hear it, he will kill me.
Samuel said, listen, God, oh Lord, you telling me to get oil and go to son of Jesse. He said, but if I go and Saul hear it, he said, he's going to take me out. Tamshi.
And the Lord said, take an heifer with thee.
Take a heifer with thee.
I am come to sacrifice
I
to the Lord.
am come to sacrifice to the Lord. Now we got to know what a lie is. God lie? No. God ain't lie. God is not a liar. But I can't tell you this. Yeah, I'm going to sacrifice, but I'm not going to reveal why I'm going to the sacrifice.
I cannot reveal this.
The same thing today, the same now. We got to know what is a lie. Yo, where you going? Well, I'm going to the store. But I didn't say why I'm going to the store. I ain't saying what I'm going to do to go to the store. But I said I'm going to the store. And I did go to the store. But I didn't reveal why I'm going to the store. You thought I'm going to buy something. I'm not really going to buy nothing. We got to know what is a lie. Yeah. Right? He said, Samuel, and call Jesse to the sacrifice, and I will show thee what thou shalt do, and thou shalt anoint unto him whom I name unto thee. And Samuel did that which the Lord spake, and came to Bethlehem, and the elders of the towns trembled at his coming, and said, comest thou peaceably? And he said, peaceably, I am come to sacrifice unto the Lord. Sanctify yourselves and come with me to the sacrifice. They always say to sanctify yourself, but they never revealed how to sanctify yourself, which means it was something that was done to sanctify yourself, but it never was revealed. Same thing when God told Moses, he said, sanctify the people because the presence of God is coming down. He said the presence of God is coming down. One of the things of sanctifying yourself that was revealed was to stay away from uncleanness, from woman that is unclean. And that was dealing with the presence of God. When the presence of God is coming down, you better be clean. You gotta be clean. Extra clean. 3 days you had to be away from woman. The presence of God ain't coming here. Too much chairs unclean. You may be clean, but this one ain't clean. A whole bunch of uncleanness laying around here. So the presence of God ain't coming here. The apartment could be unclean. Because someone died in this apartment, everything that comes inside the apartment is unclean. Go ahead. Verse 6.
Thou shalt not seek their peace nor their prosperity
No,
all thy days forever.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm on 1 Samuel 16. I'm
You
sorry.
still there?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it came to pass when they were come that he looked on Eliab and said, surely the Lord is anointed before him. This is the firstborn. But the Lord said unto Samuel, look what he told him. Look not on his countenance.
Or on the height of his stature.
Don't look at his countenance.
On the height of his stature.
Don't look at how tall he is.
Look how big he is.
Right. Because I have refused him.
Because God refused him.
He's not the one.
Which means God, look, the Creator is looking for a distinct, a unique, something unique and distinct that all his sons did not have but one. The only one that had this unique and distinct thing about them was one. It wasn't even Eliab, it wasn't none of his sons. Go ahead, read.
For the Lord seeth not as man seeth.
God don't look like how you look. God don't see how you see. You may perceive this person to be one way, but God look at this person differently. And that's what counts. How God perceives me. I don't care how people think of me. I don't care how the world thinks of me. I don't care how children thinks of me. And I don't care how my wife thinks of me. The only people that I care of how I look at, how I'm perceived, number one is in the eyes of God.
Say it again, son.
Number two is my parents.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it. I don't care how you think
That's
of me.
the only thing that counts.
Right?
Once they good with me.
Once my parents, it's
God
good
and
with
my
me.
parents good with me.
Yeah, God is good with me. I'm good.
Yeah, say it again, bro.
Let's read it.
Say it
Thou
again.
shalt not abhor Edomite, for he is thy brother. Thou shalt not. For the Lord seeth not as man seeth, for man looketh not. For man looketh on the outward appearance.
Man look on the outward appearance.
But the Lord looketh on the heart.
God tries the heart. I said, God tries what you, God look at what you had in you. And whatever you have in you, whatever we have in us is how God views you. It can either bring you closer to God or it can either push you away from God. Either or.
What's in you
What's in you comes out.
Yes, sir.
I said, what's in you comes out.
Yes, sir.
Whether it's good or evil,
Yeah.
it's going to come out.
Yeah.
You can't front that.
Yeah.
Let's read.
Then Jesse called Abinadab.
Uh-huh.
He made him pass before Samuel, and he said, neither had the Lord chosen this. Then Jesse made Shammah to pass by, and he said, neither had the Lord chosen this.
Mm-hmm.
Again, Jesse made 7 of his sons to pass before Samuel. And Samuel said unto Jesse, the Lord hath not chosen these.
Mm-hmm.
And Samuel said unto Jesse, are here all thy children? And he said, there remaineth yet the youngest.
Made the youngest.
And yet, behold, he keepeth the sheep.
He said, man, he says, one more. He said, but this guy is keeping the sheep.
He's the sheep keeper.
He's a shepherd. Watching the sheep. Huh? Doing the job and taking care of his father's sheep. That's the job of all children. Mm-hmm. Take care of your parents' responsibilities. Mm-hmm. I ain't got no more sheep here. But there's stores that needs to be go to. There's places that needs to be go to. They need to go certain places. If they don't have to go, you take care of it. That's the honor and the respect for your parents, man. And those are the things that will save you.
That's right.
With God. Those are the things that will cause God to say, well, listen, man. He said, you messed up. He said, you're doing this and this and this. But you honor your parents. You honor your parents. So I'm not going to push you away all the way. And just because of that, God will put you back in place where you belong.
That's right.
Okay? And give you the right mind to think
correctly
according to what God says.
So what you think the opposite going to be?
against.
It's gonna be against.
I have a warped mind.
You're gonna be thinking bugged out.
Time
Come
sheet.
on, man.
And Samuel said unto Jesse, send and fetch him, for we will not sit down until he come hither.
Okay.
And he sent and brought him in. Now he was ruddy.
That's where I wanted to get to. The
Right.
word for ruddy is admoni. Means what? He was red haired. Or he had the same complexion as who? Esau.
It says, as of Esau.
As of Esau. Okay? Now, chop that and let's go to Song of Solomon. Song of Solomon, chapter 5.
Hey, Chief Sharon.
Yo,
When a Negro's gonna understand that God don't deal with color.
never. Never.
Black people are not God's people, man. Stop it. Black people is wicked.
Song of Solomon, chapter 5, verse 10.
My pops used to always say, the black you are, the wicked you are.
Got it?
That's a fact, man. That's a fact. Bro. Talking about black people, God.
5, verse 10. Time sheet. You got it?
Yep.
Oh, I got it. That's good. Okay.
Wisdom of Solomon,
Chapter 5, verse 10. Uh-huh.
And there's a
No,
ship.
Song of Solomon in the book.
Oh, Song of Solomon.
Chapter 5, verse 10. I got it. Don't worry
What you
about it.
said, wisdom.
Right? It says, I'm in Song of Solomon, chapter 5, verse 10. This is his wife. Huh? This is Solomon's wife. Huh? More than likely, it was Abishag. I said, more than likely, it was Abishag. You know what? Besides going to 10, I'm going to show you the mind frame of this woman. Let's go back to verse 2. My point is in verse 10. The mind frame of the woman in the east, right? He said, I sleep. But what?
But my heart waketh.
Oh my gosh. She said, I'm sleeping. She said, but my heart, my mind,
She not at ease.
my thoughts,
Mm.
the thoughts that's in my head woke me out of my sleep.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
It is the voice of my beloved.
She said, it's the voice of my beloved.
Mm.
This is the voice of my husband.
Mm.
I'm deep in my sleep. And his voice,
Voice of
just
my
his
beloved.
voice alone, I jumped out of my sleep.
Yeah.
She's linked.
She's linked to that.
She's connected with that man.
I have my husband.
Huh? Let's read.
Open to me, my sister.
Open to me, my sister.
My love,
my
my
love, my
My
dove,
undefiled.
my undefiled.
For my head is filled with you,
Uh-huh.
and my locks with the drops of the night.
Uh-huh.
I have put off my coat.
I put
How
off
shall
my
I
coat.
Put it on.
How shall
I
I put
have
it
washed
on?
my feet.
I washed
How shall
my
I
feet.
defile it?
How shall I defile them?
My
The
beloved.
word for defile them is tikzeth. It means to make them dirty.
Uh-oh.
So now, what that tell you? Our woman ain't walk barefoot.
That's right.
They ain't walk around the house barefoot. Next thing you go outside, you see a woman downstairs picking up the
Black
mail with her
heels.
barefoot. There were certain things and customs that was with the woman, the daughters of Zion.
A certain delicateness.
All right, certain delicateness that they had with themselves.
That's right.
It was certain delicateness that these women had with themselves, and walking barefoot wasn't one of them.
That's right.
Nah.
Tom Sheep.
My beloved put in his hand by the hole of the door, and my bowels were moved from
She
him.
said, my beloved. She said, Solomon put his hands by the door, and she seen his hand. She said, my bowels moved. Everything released. I just got. That's the butterflies.
Butterflies.
That's called butterflies. I lost control of myself. That feeling just, I see my man, and I just, oh my gosh. You just melt.
Melt, that's the word.
You just melt.
Yeah.
Tom Sheep.
I rose up to open to my beloved,
Uh-huh.
and my hands dropped with myrrh.
She said, man, I went to go open up for my love, and whatever I had in my hands, I done lost control of my hands and dropped whatever I had in my hand. Go ahead.
My fingers were sweet-smelling myrrh upon the handles of the lock.
Uh-huh.
I opened to my beloved, and my beloved had withdrawn himself.
Uh-huh.
It was gone. My soul failed when he spake.
She said, I opened up to my beloved. She said, but he's gone. And when he left, she said, my soul failed. Like I died.
Damn.
Everything in me just went crashing down. Read.
I sought him, but I could not find him.
I'm looking for him. I'm running all over the place looking for him. I don't know where he at. Read.
I called him, but he gave me no answer.
He said, man, I called him. He said, hey, he ain't gave me no answer. Sometimes they get crazy. They call, I didn't answer your phone 3 times back to back.
31 calls.
Next thing they FaceTime you. Oh, you ain't answer the phone. And you have women like that. Once you ain't answer that first call, they get crazy. He said, man, what my man doing, man? What is he doing? He said, man, I gotta hear his voice. I gotta see what is he doing? Go ahead, Reed.
The watchmen that went about the city found me. They smoked me. They wounded me. The keepers of the walls took away my veil from me.
The keepers of the wall took my veil away. I don't want nobody seeing how beautiful I am. The only one that this beauty is for is my man. Huh? Let's read.
I charge you, O daughters of Jerusalem, if ye find my beloved, that ye tell him that I am sick of love.
Man, I'm looking for, man, have you seen him? Did you see it? Wait, can you tell him that his wife is looking for him, please? And she walk off and strut herself. Did you see him? Can you tell him that his wife is looking for him, please? They make sure they put that emphasis on his wife. That's a title, brother. Let him know that his wife is looking for him.
Hey, I'm his Isha.
Listen, I'm his Isha. All right, I'm his woman.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I got position here. Listen here. Listen, that's my man. All right. Let's clear all this up.
That's right.
Let's read.
All right, so, what is thy beloved more than another beloved, O thou fairest among women? What is thy beloved more than another beloved that thou dost so charge us? My beloved is white.
My beloved is white
and ruddy.
You hear that? King Solomon.
Talking about Solomon.
He said Zach. Zach. The word for white is Zach. Means clear, right? Bright. And the word for ruddy is Admoni.
Red bone.
He was a red bone.
Light skin, real light skin.
But he still said he was a black man. He's still a black man. Yeah, but his complete, not because you're a light-skinned brother with red hair means you're not black. First Song of Solomon, chapter 1. I am black, but comely. Okay? Okay? Let's go back.
Deuteronomy 23.
Deuteronomy 23. Yes, sir. Deuteronomy 23. Let's go to, we are at verse 8. Yes, sir. Because we were reading out of Money.
The children that are begotten of them shall enter into the congregation of the Lord in their 3rd generation.
The children, no, we ain't finished. Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, but here's thy brother. Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian, because thou was a stranger in his land.
Oh, big point.
So no matter what the Egyptians did to us, God still said, don't hate them. Ain't that something? You know why? He said, because there was a point in time in history where you lived in their house. You lived in their land. You see the ways of God? If I lived in your house, there is nothing that you can do for me to despise you.
That's right.
There is nothing that you can do for me to turn on you.
That's right.
Because you lived in my house.
That's right.
That shows you the ways of God. And because of that, God said the Egyptians will be accepted in their 3rd generation. He said, I will accept them just because of that.
They get a total wipeout.
They don't get a total distinction, a total wipeout. Tom Shee.
That's correct. The children are begotten of them shall enter into the congregation of the Lord in their 3rd generation. When the host going forth against thine enemies, then keep thee from
when the host going forth against the who? Your enemies, then keep thee from every wicked thing. The word for wicked thing is dabar ra. Dabar is a thing, matter, or word. Be careful of every wicked word, every wicked matter or situations. Be careful of every evil and wicked thing. What are things? Affairs, situations, things that's done or your actions. We got to be careful of what we get into. Because if it ain't according to what God said, this can be an evil matter. These things you got to step out and leave off from. I can't be in every and anything. Huh? Tom C.
If there be among you any man that is not clean by reason of uncleanness, that chancing him by
if there be among you any man that is not clean by reason of uncleanness, that's the seed of copulation. You may have a nocturnal emission. You go to sleep, you wake up, and you had a nocturnal emission. Or I had sex with my wife, right? The seed of life has left me, right? Those things is what causes you to be unclean. In Leviticus 22, it states, and that this was not only directed to the priests. Remember, God said, we shall be a nation of priests. So when God said that when the seed of copulation come from you, whosoever you touch shall be unclean. Why does that only count with the priests? That counts with you too. See the copulation leave me? I can't go touching a person that is clean. I'm going to make that person unclean. And the only thing that you have to wash is your flesh. You don't have to wash your clothes. Tom Shee. The only way you got to wash your clothes if the semen touches it. That's why my bed at home, if I'm not mistaken, I think I have plastic over it. So when I cohabitate, and sometimes you let off a gallon, a whole lot comes out, and it seeps through and go into the thing. Next thing, you ain't gonna wash that bed. That whole mattress got to go out. It's gonna be waterlogged. You have to end up buying a new one. So whatever sheet or whatever the seed of copulation, whatever the seed of life touches, must be washed in water. Okay? You and your wife have sex, see the copulation leave from you, you and her gotta wash in water and be clean until the sunset, when the sun go down. That's the law. Now look what it says here. Well,
but it shall be, when evening coming on, he shall wash himself.
When evening coming on, he shall wash in water.
And when the sun is down, he shall come into the camp again.
Okay, I wanted to go back to this. It said, if there be among you any man that is not clean of reason of uncleanness, that chancing him by night, then shall he go abroad out of the camp. You peep that? You peep that? I'm not touching nothing. Just my presence alone was going to profane the things within the camp. And people used to say, oh, I'm unclean, I'm staying home. No, you can still come. Everything in this camp is unclean. Just don't touch me. The chairs is unclean.
Right.
Dead people done died in here.
Yeah.
Everything, this is not holy. Stop going around talking like the place that you congregate at is holy. It's just a place that we gather to speak about God. Right. That's it. Right. You're surrounded by unclean chairs. You're surrounded by unclean people. Probably leprosy is in the walls. Huh? Let's read.
Then he shall go abroad out of the camp. He shall not come within the camp. But it shall be when evening cometh on, he shall wash himself with water. And when the sun is down, he shall come into the camp again. Thou shalt have a place also without the camp, whither thou shalt go forth abroad. And thou shalt have a paddle.
Thou shalt have a paddle upon thy weapon.
And it shall be, when thou wilt ease thyself abroad,
when you ease yourself abroad,
thou shalt dig therewith, and shalt turn back and cover that which cometh.
So when you use the bathroom, we didn't have bathroom facilities. So when you go abroad to ease yourself, you have to do what you dig a hole, ease yourself, and cover it. Cover it. Why? Cover that which coming from thee. Verse 14.
For the Lord thy God walketh in the midst of thy
camp. Because God
camp,
walks amongst us.
To deliver thee.
To deliver thee.
And to give up thine enemies before thee. Therefore shall thy camp be holy. that he see no unclean thing in thee.
That he see no unclean thing in thee. The Hebrew word for in thee is bekah, sophie. It means that he see no unclean thing by thee. And if God see an unclean thing by thee, guess what happens? Guess what starts happening? You're going to start going in the direction of sin. Your whole path is going to be misconstrued and misdirected. Why? Because you don't push God away from you. Tom, see?
That he see no unclean thing in thee and turn away from thee. Thou shalt not deliver unto his master the servant, which is escaped.
Thou shalt not deliver what?
Thou shalt not deliver unto his master the servant which is escaped from his master unto thee. He shall dwell with thee.
The servant that has escaped from his master. This is the men servants that ran off from his master. God said, don't deliver him back. Go ahead, read.
He shall dwell with thee.
He shall dwell with thee.
Even among you in that place.
Even among you in that place. That what?
In that place which he shall choose. In one of thy gates.
And one of thy gates.
Him best. Thou shalt not oppress him.
Don't oppress him. Don't abuse your authority. Come see.
There shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel.
There shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel.
Nor a sodomite.
Nor a sodomite.
Of the sons of Israel.
Okay, pause.
Big
pause.
Big pause.
The word for whore, right? It is Quadesha, right? Quadesha means temple prostitutes or a harlot. Harlots were prostitutes. They sold themselves. They had sex for money. Okay? So now, the temple prostitutes, right? Now, listen to this. In Babylon, in India, in Egypt, Phoenicians, the woman dedicated to a goddess, whenever a man came, she was obligated to please him. Okay? Were known for temple prostitutes dedicated to an idol named Adonis, who was the sexual partner of Aphrodite. Right? He said, in ancient Babylon, all women once in their lives had to go to the temple of Aphrodite and have sex with strangers. Okay?
Right.
When being dedicated to the goddess figure, it then possessed them and it enacted through them in sexual acts and promiscuous acts.
Dedicated with the boy.
That's right. Right? This male serpent, right, deity, desired young women and boys. In worshiping this male deity, you will see homosexuality and transgender.
Okay.
You think this thing just coming about transgender? There's only two genders. Don't get mad at me for teaching my son and my daughter that is only two genders, male and female.
God
created only two genders. That's what God says. Two genders. And you cannot allow me and force me to accept anything other than that. Because God don't accept it. The word for kinegdo means his opposite. When God created Adam, he created Eve, which was his kinegdo, which was his opposite to Eve. Which means they didn't have the same makeup.
Same makeup, right.
They didn't have the same makeup.
That's right.
Okay? It was considered androgynous, right? You know what androgynous is? When people practice transgender, partly male and partly female in appearance, having the physical characteristics of both sexes. Back and forth. Back and forth. You know who had those characteristics of both sexes? Hercules.
Yeah.
Apollo. Adonis was also a sexual partner of Hercules and Apollo. Two male deities which constituted homosexuality. Okay? The origin of male temple prostitutes, which is Qadesh. Because you got Qadesha and Qadesh.
Right.
You also had male prostitutes also. Started with the Incas. They sometimes dedicated young boys as temple prostitutes. The boys was dressed in girl clothing, right? And chiefs and men that were heads and leaders would have ritual sexual intercourse with them during religious ceremonies. And on holy days, this was found throughout the Middle East, especially in the worship of the fertility goddess Astarte or Ashtoreth or Isis. Okay? It could be either male or female. In Egypt, goddess named Lady Kadesh was worshipped in the 19th, 20th dynasty. Israelites practiced the Canaanites' rites until King Josiah, about 621 BC. One of the ugliest customs in Babylon was the practice of prostitution in the temple of Ishtar, right? Once in their lifetime, all women were required to sit in the temple and expose themselves to strangers in return for money. What's that? Strippers. Strippers. This is an old game.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
It ain't nothing new.
Ain't nothing
It's
new.
an old profession.
Okay? It's an old profession. Ashtoreth, Asherah, Ishtar. Also, Ishtar is another word for Easter. When you do your studies about this pagan religion called Easter, it means Ishtar. It goes into idol worship.
That's right.
Yeah.
Also known as Semiramis. Name of a pagan fertility goddess and a wooden cult object devoted to her. Asherah is referred to as a sacred pole, which is the stripping pole, right? Erected in honor of the fertility goddess, Asherah, or the queen of heaven, a deity, a sacred pole, okay? Molech, right, was the ancient Ammonite god, fire god, as early as 1450. As the wandering in the wilderness, Israel was worshiping Molech even before they entered into the land of Canaan. Before they went into the land, they started worshiping these idols and deities, right? In their 40th year of the wilderness, wandering, backsliding, wicked, and stony-hearted rebellious Israelites chose the wrong God, and they preferred the worship of the Bath, of the goat idol, and demons. For many centuries before Israel entered the land of Palestine, ancient Canaanite fertility cult used same-sex rituals to worship their false gods. God prohibited Israel from adopting the cultic sexual fertility goddess. Worship of Egypt and Canaan. God was against committing faithful, non-cultic sexual relationship or gay marriages. Right? Molech, a fire god, worshipped throughout the ancient Near East and North. Well, we ain't gonna go no further.
See the origin.
Now we see the origin of these things. I am in verse, 18?
17.
17.
Oh, yeah, 18.
18.
Thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore or the price of a dog into the house of the Lord thy God.
The hire of a whore was what? Those were prostitutes that sold themselves for money. But realize one thing when you read the book. God said, ye shall not cause your daughter. The Israelite daughters within, we could not prostitute our daughters to sell their bodies. The prostitutes that came amongst us were women of other nations. Were women of other foreign nations. Okay? Tamshi.
Or the price of a dog into the house of the Lord thy God.
Go ahead.
For even both these are abomination unto the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not lend upon usury to thy brother.
What is usury? Usury is interest. I give you $20. Next week, you know what I want from you? I want 30. I gave you 20 today, I want 30. I give you 40 today, I want 50. Time sheet.
Usury of money.
Usury of money.
Of victory.
Usury of victuals.
Usury of anything that is lent upon usury.
See?
Unto a stranger thou mayest lend upon usury.
Uh-huh.
But unto thy brother thou shalt not lend upon usury.
Uh-huh.
That the Lord thy God may bless thee in all that thou settest thine hand to.
Unto a stranger thou what?
Thou mayest lend upon usury.
Okay. What verse is that? Verse
20.
Okay. Unto a stranger thou mayest lend upon usury. You know what's the word for stranger here? When it says that? Nakri. The Nakri is the alien.
That's the alien.
Nakri is the foreigner. You know who's the foreigner and the alien? One that is not living according to what God says. The stranger we cannot lend to usury, because that's the gear. That's the one that lives amongst us. So what we can do to the alien, we can't do to the stranger. We got to treat the stranger as one that's born amongst us. Okay? We can't treat them no different. Tamshi.
But unto thy brother thou shalt not lend upon usury, that the Lord thy God may bless thee, and all that thou settest thine hand to in the land, whither thou goest to possess it. When thou shalt vow a vow unto the Lord
thy God. The word
for
vows in that dead. A vow and a promise, which means they didn't say things out of their mouth and go back on what they said. Right. Everything that they voiced out of their mouth, they kept. Tamshi.
Thou shalt not slack to pay it. For the Lord thy God will require it of thee, and it would be sin in thee. Okay, let's cut that. Let's go to Numbers 12. Let's go to Numbers chapter 12. From the top, yes. Numbers chapter 12. And Miriam and Aaron spake against Moses. Miriam and Aaron spoke against Moses. Because of the Ethiopian woman whom he had married. Right? Well, he had married an Ethiopian woman. Because he married an Ethiopian woman. Go ahead. They said, had the Lord indeed spoken only by Moses? Hath he not spoken also by us? There's the law. The law states that we should not marry foreign women, that's of these other nations. But when you have gained full recognition and acceptance from God, certain men can do certain things and get a pass. You understand that? And it's not for you to voice how you feel, because how you feel doesn't count. God made his exceptions for whoever he wants to make exceptions for. You hear me? So now what that tell you now? We got to learn to choose our words wisely, because you can say things to offend a person that God thinks highly of. That's what happened. They spoke against a man that God exalted and God thought very highly of. And when you spoke against that man, God got offended. He didn't like it. Right? Which means what? You are not on the same level with Moses. You and Moses is not on the same level. Me and you is not on the same level. You are doing things that people are not doing. You're living in a way that people don't live. So you will gain more acceptance and more recognition than this person, because we live two different lives. What I'm doing, you ain't doing. How I'm living, you not living. How I think, you don't think. How I walk, you don't walk. So there's levels with certain people in the eyes of God. And when that person has reached a certain level and he has gained full recognition and acceptance for God, be careful with how you speak about these people, because you may be offending God. That's right. Tom, see? And they said, had the Lord indeed spoken only by Moses? Have he not spoken also by us? And the Lord heard it. God heard it, which means what? He said, be careful of every wicked word, which means you got to watch your words. There are certain people that say certain things, not realizing that you are offending God. And God will be angry at your voice. Okay? Tamshi? Now the man Moses was very meek.
Now the man Moses was very meek.
Above all the men which were
Above all the men that was on the face of the earth. There was nobody on the face of the earth as meek as Moses. There was never another man on earth that was meek like Moses. Now, we're going to dig into those two words. We're going to dig into those words to see what is accepted by God. This is why we read the book. To learn what do God accept and recognize. We think God accepts certain things because of our mind frame and how we think. But how you think is not correlated with how God thinks.
That's right.
Meek. What is meek? Submitting yourself to the will of God. When you submit yourself to the commandments and the laws and the statutes of God, that's a part of meekness. Okay? Which means when you submit, you accept everything that you read in the book.
Everything.
When you disagree with God, that's not being meek.
That's not meek.
When you disagree with a law,
But just one.
that's not being meek.
But it's just one law.
Why? Because it doesn't, because your mind frame, the way you think and how you perceive certain things will not allow you to agree with what God says.
But it's only one law.
Huh? One too many.
Yeah.
Okay? What's the other definition? Enduring with patience and without resentment. That was Moses. Moses was able, see, God is all merciful and he's wise. And at this point in time, it wasn't wise to put a man of Joshua in that position because I'm just getting these people out of the land. They're just learning me. So God, in his infinite wisdom, dealt with these people with kids' gloves. He said, I didn't wipe you out because for your blasphemies. You guys blasphemed me and tempted me 10 times in the wilderness. And I fed you. I gave you water. I made the water sweet. Oh, and then after that, you still blaspheme me and tempt me. Huh? That's Moses. Enduring with patience and without resentment, which means he was able to endure these people without resenting them. Right? The other definition for humble: not proud or haughty, not arrogant or assertive, having a low estimate of one's own importance. So now you're not going to put yourself above you. I'm not going to put myself above you. I'm not going to say that I'm better than you. I'm not going to say that I'm stronger than you. I'm not going to put myself above nobody. And that's why Moses was so humble. He said, I'm not worthy. He said, I ain't worthy, oh God. I can't. Who am I to go in the face of Pharaoh talking about dust? Say, I'm not worthy. I ain't worthy. He said, who am I? He said, listen, man.
They go modest.
Very modest. Very modest. Those are the ways of God, man. Those are the ways that God look for. Those are the ways that draw God's attention.
Those characteristics.
Those are good and excellent characteristics that would draw God's attention toward you.
Man.
Just like there are characteristics that will push you away from God.
That's right.
Like I went through the characteristics of the serpent. Those are ways and characteristics that will push you far away from God. Go ahead, read.
And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron and unto Miriam.
So now check it out. God spoke to Moses, Aaron, and Miriam.
Come out, ye three.
He said, all three of y'all, come on out here.
Unto the tabernacle of the congregation.
To the tabernacle of the congregation. Huh? Come out right here. Come out to the door of the tabernacle.
And they three came out. And the Lord came down in the pillar of the cloud.
He said, God came down in the pillar of a cloud. This is why God said, I am what I am. I shared. I will be that I will be, which means
nobody can say that.
This God,
Nobody.
the eternal God, the creator, he can come down in a pillar of cloud, and his glory could be in the clouds. Next thing, he could come down in his presence, incinerate a whole mountain range. Next thing, he could take Moses, put him in the cleft of the rock, remove his hands, and they show you a physical form of himself.
That thing, he sit right there in the mercy seat.
Huh? The mercy seat is a small chair.
The area is
A small chair where there's two cherubims on each side.
at the end of each wing.
Make yourself so small.
And the Lord of hosts is right
And
there.
he sit right there in that chair. So he commanded Aaron, and told him, he said, hey, before you come into the holies of holies,
That's right.
he said, make sure you make a big, thick smoke.
Yeah.
Because if you see me, you're going to die. I'm going to kill you. You're going to die. I'm going to kill you.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
A pillar of cloud. Amud Anan, right? Cloud mass of theophanic. You know what theophanic comes from the word theophany. Theophany is a visible manifestation to humankind of God. Let's read. Verse 6.
And he said, hear now my words.
He said, hear now my
If
words.
there be a prophet among you, I the Lord will make myself known unto
He said,
him.
if there's ever a prophet among you, he said, I will make myself known to that prophet.
In a vision.
In a vision.
And will speak unto him in a dream.
And will speak to him in a dream.
My servant Moses is not so.
He said, but I don't deal with Moses this way. This is not how I deal with Moses. Huh, Tom C?
Who is faithful in all mine house.
He's faithful in all my house. What's the word for faithful? The word for faithful is ne'eman. Ne'eman means faithful, established, steadfast, trusting, and true. So now we're going to dig into all these words to see the characteristics of how Moses was. The first one was faithful. Moses was faithful. Allegiance to duty or person. So if you don't have if you can't show your allegiance to who you have to your person or your duty, you have a duty to do. Your job is to accomplish this job. And if you don't have allegiance, if you don't have the faithfulness to accomplish this duty, or you may have a duty or allegiance to your parents. If you don't have the faithfulness in you for that allegiance or that duty to your parents, then you don't have faithfulness. You don't have no faithfulness to serve God. There's no faithfulness in you, right? Belief and trust and loyal to God. Firm belief in God with no proof. But you find people always looking for proof. I got to prove everything for you. Just read the book. Later on in life, after putting in works for God, God will open your eyes to certain things and clear certain things up. But for right now, serve God and keep his commandments. But people look for proof and examples and why and this. You can't serve God. God don't want you.
That's right.
Those are the type of people that God don't want.
That's
when
right.
you need to prove and prove and prove to people, because guess what? You know why I say that? God didn't have to go through that with Abraham.
That's right.
I said God did not have to go through that with your forefather Abraham. God didn't have to prove to him and do nothing. He said, I'm God Almighty. He said, walk before me and be thou perfect.
Facts.
And he believed
God. And he believed God. And God counted it to him as righteousness. This guy here, I could deal with this guy. I didn't have to prove nothing to him. So when you run into people and you're showing them and trying to prove to them about God and talk to them about God, and then they keep asking for proof and examples and proof and examples, and I'm still trying to channel in all this, and I'm still not absorbing this, God don't want that type of people. I said, God don't want you. You're not one.
Talk about it, gang.
Okay?
Talk about it.
The next one. The next one is established. Established means what? To receive permanent acceptance from God. To receive permanent recognition from God. Trusty. Trusty means what? Having served for a long time and regarded as reliable. You hear that? You hear that definition? Which means you don't get full recognition from God when you're just starting to learn about God. You have to put time in. You got to put years in doing these laws, commandments, and statutes for God to pick you up and put you in a certain position.
That's right.
You got to prove yourself, man.
You got the
You
show.
got to prove yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Time sheet. Oh no, and the last one. The last one was steadfast. Resolutely, dutifully, firm, and unwavering.
Mine made up.
All right? What's resolutely? You're determined. What's dutifully? Conscientiously, obediently, fulfilling your duty. Firm and unwavering. You're not going to waver.
On top of it.
You're not going to waver. Time sheet.
With him will I speak mouth to mouth, even apparently, and not in dark speeches.
He said, with him. He said, with Moses, I speak mouth to mouth. He said, I don't speak to him in visions and dark speeches. He said, I speak face to face with this guy.
He's awake.
Tom sheet.
And not in dark speeches. The similitude of the Lord shall
he said, the similitude of God he saw.
Wherefore then were ye not afraid to speak against my servant?
You should have been afraid to speak against Moses. You needed to watch your mouth speaking against this guy. Tom sheet.
And the anger of the Lord was kindled against them.
God was angry.
And he departed.
And he left. The presence of God departed. Tom sheet, what verse?
Verse 10.
Go ahead.
And the cloud departed from off the tabernacle. And behold, Miriam became leprous, white as snow.
When God left, Miriam became leprous. She's not going to become leprous while the presence of God is there because that is uncleanness. He ain't going to hang around that. Tom sheet.
White as snow.
Listen, God don't dwell around uncleanness. Now get this right. Uncleanness and dirt is two different things. Because it could be dirty, but it don't have to be unclean.
Once it's not unclean, it's good.
It can be dirty, but it don't have to be unclean.
Facts.
If it's dirty, God will still come within the presence because God don't care about being dirty. What he cares about is being clean and unclean. Spiritually clean. Because this thing called uncleanness is spiritual.
That's right.
This is something that can't be seen with the human eye.
That's right.
I said only God can see that.
Right.
Tom sheet.
And Aaron looked upon Miriam, and behold, she was leprous.
Aaron looked on Miriam, said she was leprous. Read.
And Aaron said unto Moses, Alas, my Lord.
He said, alas, my Lord.
I beseech thee.
He said, I beseech thee.
Lay not this sin upon us, wherein we have done foolishly.
Man, immediate acceptance and realization. He said, man, we have done foolishly. We should have never voiced our opinion and spoke against you. Because in speaking against Moses, we spoke against God. Go ahead, read.
And wherein we have sinned. Let her not be as one dead.
Let her be not as one dead.
Of whom the flesh is half consumed.
Flesh is half consumed.
When he cometh out of his mother's womb.
And
Moses cried unto the Lord, saying, Heal her now, O God, I beseech thee. And the Lord said
unto
Moses,
told God, he said, man, heal her now, O Lord. He said, I beseech thee. Heal her right now. Tom sheet.
The Lord said unto Moses, if her father had but spit on her face,
if her father spit on her face,
should she not be ashamed?
Should she not be ashamed 7 days?
Let her be shut out from
Let her be shut out from the camp 7 days.
And after that, let her be received in again. Miriam was shut out in the camp 7 days. And the people journeyed not till Miriam was brought in again. And afterward, the people removed from Hazirot and pitched in the wilderness of Paran.
Okay, cut that. Let's go to Psalms. Let's go to Psalms 119. Psalms 119, verse 1.
Blessed are the undefiled in the way.
Blessed are the undefiled in the way. Bless. It said the word for bless is ashrei. Ashrei temime derek. Right? Bless means what? To speak gratefully of. Right? To speak good about.
Right.
To grant prosperity and happiness upon. Right? So now we got to be careful with what we speak good about. Because when we speak good about things that God hates, then you bless iniquity.
Yeah.
You bless the things that God hates and despise. So we
Yeah.
got to be careful what we speak good about.
Yeah.
We have to really be careful and be on point with ourselves about what we speak good about, because the things that we speak good about, God hated. The things that we speak good about, God despises it. Okay? A prime example, right? Stay where you at. I'm gonna go to Isaiah 66.
Oh Lord.
Right? He said, thus saith the Lord, the heaven is my throne. The heavens is my seat of honor. Where is the house that ye build? And the earth is my footstool. Where is the house that ye build unto me? And where is the place of my rest?
Where is it?
You know what's the place of God's rest? That was the temple. But at that point in time, the temple was abandoned. The temple was abandoned. They left it alone. There's no more tithes, no more offerings, no more sacrifices. Nothing was going on. But realize something. These offerings and these sacrifices was done by high priests and the priests that was what? Not sanctified, but consecrated. There's a consecration. Time out. Wait a minute. There's a consecration that comes with being a high priest. There's a consecration that comes with being a priest. You cannot be promoted to a priest. You cannot be voted to a high priest.
The high priest is lineage.
We are in America. There is no Kohanes.
Say it again, John.
There is no Kohen Gadols.
Say it
Okay.
again, Drama.
None of that.
No kings either.
You pit bound.
And there's no kings.
And you call yourself Kohen?
Because
You pit bound.
priests, high priests, and kings had to be consecrated.
Yeah.
All right?
Damn fools.
All right? So when I just call you by your name and I don't put Kohen,
Damn idiot.
you know why? I said, you know why?
Your name is just Blue. That's
Okay?
it.
He said, Tamshi, verse 2.
Man.
Blessed are the undefiled in the way who walk in the law of the Lord. Blessed are they that keep his testimonies.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. Go back to that. Say, you in verse 1. Stay there. He said, for all those things have my hand made, and all those things have been, saith the Lord. But to this man will I look. But to this man that will acquire or get my attention. There are certain things that we can do to get the attention of God. Yeah. Right? He said, even to him that is poor or humble. Right? We went through the definition of being humble. Right? And of a contrite spirit. Right? And tremble it at my word. What is a contrite spirit? The word for contrite spirit is nakeh ruach. Nakeh ruach is a smitten and afflicted spirit. Right? Right? Okay. It said, he that killeth an ox is as if he slew a man. And he that sacrificeth a lamb is as if he cut off a dog's neck. So we didn't do sacrifices and offerings and all that stuff. Stop taking the poor little lamb on the eve of feast of feast, because there ain't no more Passover. It was only one Passover.
That's it.
And this one Passover took place one time. That was one time in history. And the only time that it would ever happen, and it ain't never happening again. We were in Egypt. in the land of Goshen. And God said that when this death angel pass over, make sure you have the blood on the lintel and the 2 side posts, so that when the death angel pass over, the death don't come and enter in your house. When he see the blood, he'll pass over. And that's why it's called Passover.
That don't happen now.
There's no death angel passing over now, 2023. Okay? We are not that important. I said, we are not that important. We are far away from God. You need to be truthful with yourself. That's what we need to do, and that's our problem. We are not truthful with yourself, and because we are not truthful with yourself, you will not advance.
That's right.
You're not going to progress with God because that's what's keeping you from advancing.
Yeah.
Okay? He said, he that sacrifices a lamb as if he cut off a dog's neck, he that offereth an oblation. The word for oblation is minka. Minka is an offering. There was 2 important times where the offerings went up. It was the morning offering and the evening offering. These are important times. Okay? Right? As if he's offered swine's blood, he that burneth incense. Is as if he that burneth incense, as if he blessed an idol. Wait a minute now. The word for incense in this book is, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's Lebona. Lebona. Yep, Lebona. You know what Lebona is? Lebona is frankincense. Lebona is frankincense. Quitoret is incense. So why do people continue to burn frankincense in their house? Incense was only burned during the sacrifices and the offerings of God. But people continue to burn the incense and continue to burn frankincense and incense. And when you tell them about it, you know what the person said? This is not the incense that God talking about. You done lost your mind. You done lost your mind. He said it's as if he blessed an idol. Okay. Blessed an idol. What is the word for idol here? The word for idol is awang. Awang is injustice. That's what awang is. You have blessed injustice. You speak good about things that God hate and despise. Go ahead, read. Let's go back to Psalms 19.
Psalm 119, verse 2. Blessed are they that keep his testimonies.
Blessed are they that what?
That keep his testimonies.
No, verse 1.
Yeah. Blessed are the undefiled in the way.
Blessed are the undefiled in the way. The word for undefiled is temime. Temime means innocent, complete, faultless, whole. So a whole person is a person in his full nature, which includes ways of thinking, ways of feelings. I have to feel the way God feels. And if God don't feel the same way, then I can't feel that way. Because by me feeling this way, it's going to detour me and retract me. I'm going to get detracted. Because I'm against. God don't feel the same way you feel about this. I said, God don't feel the same way you feel about this. So because God don't feel the same way you feel about this, I gotta get rid of those feelings. That's how you train yourself, man.
Yeah.
I said, this is how you train yourself. I can't train you. If God don't feel the way about it, who am I to feel any other way?
Yeah.
In ways of thinking, feelings, and actions. Right? Go ahead, Tom C.
Who walk in the law of the Lord. Blessed are they that keep his testimony.
Now, hold up now. Now, I wanted to go back a little bit. The word awang, it says injustice. Injustice is lack of fairness. Injustice is when you're not fair. You hear that?
You're not fair.
You're not fair.
You're not being correct.
Injustice is an unjust act.
Yeah.
Huh? Awang is also iniquity or evil. So I have to be fair and just in the things that I do and how I deal with people. I have to be fair.
I don't want to seem evil to you.
Okay? Which means if I'm not fair, then that's going to cause this person to look at me differently. Which means, you know what God is concerned with? How we treat each other. I said, God is concerned. One of God's number one concerns is how we treat each other, because this is what the law says. That's how the book reads. This is what I get from reading this book.
But he ain't black. I ain't gotta treat him right. He ain't black.
Come on, man.
He ain't black. I ain't gotta treat him right.
Where we at? Verse
2.
Verse 2. Go ahead.
Blessed are they that keep his testimonies.
Blessed are they that keep his testimonies.
And that seek him with the whole heart.
That seek him with the whole heart, with all your heart. Read.
They also do no iniquity.
I said, he said those type of people, the man that is whole and complete with God, they not gonna do no iniquity. And the word for iniquity is awila. Awila means injustice or wrong. Injustice again means violation of the rights of others, unfairness, and an unjust act. Unfairness is being partiality, to favor one more than the other. To favor one more than the other. And the one that you're favoring, that's the one that's wrong. And he's in violation. But because you favor him, the judgments gets misconstrued. It also means wrong, not correct or true. Right? Not correct or true. Right? So if you're not correct, you're not going to be free from error. Right? Right? You're not going to be in accordance with the facts and the truth. You're not going to agree. You're not going to agree with God. Because you're not going to be correct. You're always going to be wrong in the eyes of God. So when you are not in a good standard or in a good place with God, when you are shown the laws of God, you're not going to agree with it. You're not going to conform to an approved standards. You're not going to conform and agree with the standards that God sets. You're not going to conform to or agree with the facts that is shown in the book. Why? Because you're wrong. You're not correct. You're not true. You're not correct with God. So when you're not correct with God, these are the things that happen. When you are walking in the ways of God, you follow a certain course or procedure that is set up by our forefathers. By our forefathers. The Most High was strictly against following and doing anything like the other nations. Okay? What verse we at? 4?
Verse 4.
Go ahead.
Thou hast commanded us to keep thy precepts diligently.
Thou hast commanded us to do what?
To keep thy precepts diligently. Oh, that my ways were directed to keep thy statutes.
He said, oh, that my ways was directed. What verse you at?
I'm at 6 now.
You at 6?
Yeah, just read 4 and 5.
Okay. Okay, then shall I, go ahead, read.
Then shall I not be ashamed.
Then shall I not be ashamed. You know what is ashamed? You know what shame? Do we know what really shame is? Embarrassed. Or feelings. Feeling guilt of one's actions. That's shame. And most people, when they do wrong to each other, or when they offend God, do you feel ashamed when you do wrong to your fellow brother? Do you feel ashamed when you offend God? Do you feel guilt? Do you feel guilt of your actions? Because if you feel guilt of one's actions, then you will try to rectify. You will try to rectify it. You will go. You will correct it. You will go to the person.
Bring it up.
You will bring the situation up. Humble. But in order to do that, you got to acknowledge your faults.
That's right.
You're not going to do these things if you don't acknowledge your faults.
That's right.
When you offend God, what do? Do you feel guilt of the things that you did to offend God?
Yeah.
What do? Do you improve?
Yeah.
Have you done something to replace that evil that you did against God? That's being ashamed. What verse you at? Verse 6, right?
Verse 6.
Verse 6. He said, then shall I not be ashamed when I have respect unto all thy commandments. When you have respect unto all thy commandments. The word for respect is habiti. Habiti. You know what habiti means? To regard, to consider. He said to look. The definition of look means what? To direct one's attention to. When your attention is towards God, and when you are attentive to the word of God, you are on point. You're taking heed to yourself, right? To be mindful of. They didn't forget. They was aware. Right? The definition of regard means what? A feeling of respect and affection for. Which means another part of the book state, he said, if you have regarded iniquity in your heart, if you have regarded iniquity in your heart, he said, the Lord will not hear you. You know what that is, man? That's heavy, man. That's heavy. And this is the reason why God won't hearken to your prayer, because we have regarded things that God don't regard.
That's right.
We respect things that God don't respect. We have affection and we are attached to things that God hates.
That's right.
So because I am attached and I respect the things that God hates, when you bend the knee and you bow down to set up a prayer, God rejects your prayer.
I will not hear your prayer.
He said, I ain't going to hear your prayer. He said, you will not be regarded. Isn't that the same thing? That's one of the things that was used with Cain. He said, you will not be regarded. He said, you was not regarded by God. And that means to a feeling of respect or affection for. But it wasn't stated what it was. But when you look up these words, it takes you there. It takes you there, man. I say it takes you there, the zone and where all these things went down. Why? Okay? Let's read.
I will praise thee with uprightness of heart.
I will praise thee with uprightness of heart. Oh my goodness, this is deep, man. I said, this is deep. So when you're praying to God, number one, when you go to pray to God, you got to have an upright heart. And not everybody that pray to God have an upright heart. What is an upright heart? I said, what is an upright heart? King David said, he said, when I pray to you, he said, I'm coming to pray. When I pray to you, King David said, when I pray to you, he said, I come to you in prayers, but my heart is upright. I said, my heart is upright. What's an upright heart? Upright heart is just, conscientious, and the word that I found in Merriam-Webster is scrupulous. I'm going to save the best for last. So now we're going to go into just. When you go to pray to God, you got to be just. What is just? Conforming to a standard of correctness. Conforming and agreeing to the standards that God set.
Yeah.
So that's why God don't answer your prayers, because you ain't just. And you ain't conforming to what God says. So you're going to stay on your knees and you're going to pray and pray till your tongue fall out.
Yeah.
God ain't going to hear your prayer because you ain't just. You ain't conforming and you're not agreeing with the standards of God.
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
So you go up there and say anything.
Okay? Conscientious. When you go to pray to God, you got to have a conscience. You got to have conscientious. Right? What is conscientious? A feeling. This is a feeling. A feeling within yourself. There's a certain urge that develops within you. It's a feeling. Huh? A feeling of what? Obligation. To do what? To make right that which was done wrong.
I gotta correct it.
I gotta make corrections, man. I done offended this guy here. Man, I gotta go to him and say, brother, I'm sorry, man. I did this, I did this, I did this. I'm sorry. Why do we offend people? Why do we offend people and we don't make corrections? We don't mend the situation. And we have a hard time acknowledging that you was wrong. But you're not gonna acknowledge your fault with man if you can't acknowledge your fault with God.
That's true.
Because God said, if you read the book, God will show you that you was wrong.
Read the book, Danny.
When you read the book, God will show you that you was wrong. In the book, when we read, it speaks about your speech and how you talk, how you're offensive in your talk, in your language. Huh? You can't just say anything because you're angry and you're tight. So you just say anything and voice everything, not caring about who I offend. Why am I talking about a eunuch and I got a eunuch right here? That's an example. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
You hear what I'm saying to you, man? Your conversations cannot be offensive.
Mm-hmm.
Which means you can't say, oh, I was talking to Johnny. I didn't know he was there, but I was talking to you. You gotta scan the room.
Yeah.
To see if your conversation that I'm having with Johnny will it offend Paul.
Paul going through it. Right?
Because Paul is going through the same situation that you're talking to. Talk about. Why do you talk about eunuchs and talk about women? And Paul ain't got nothing.
He's the only one.
He's the only one that's a eunuch. And here you talking about your situation that went down, how it happened. I mean, you don't want to hear that. God teaches us to be circumspect and be on point about other people, how you offend people. And you hear this word here, scrupulous. Scrupulous is a heavy word. Again, so when you go to serve God and when you go to send up your prayers, you got to be scrupulous. You know what scrupulous is? Scrupulous means very concerned to avoid doing wrong against God.
Extremely concerned.
Be extremely concerned.
Very careful.
Be very careful when you do things of how you handle God's law.
Doesn't mean careful to me.
Which means when you're very careful, that's when this stands. When in doubt,
do it out.
Do it out. If I have any type of doubts about it, I can't get an answer about it. I'm leaving it alone because I may be violating and I may not be violated.
Maybe offending God.
But I'd rather stay in the safe side and not violate. You understand? Let's read. Where we at? Verse 7?
Psalm 119, verse 7.
Psalms 119, verse 7. Let's
I will
read.
praise thee with uprightness of heart.
I will praise thee with uprightness of heart.
When I shall have learned thy righteous judgment.
When I shall have learned your righteous judgments. Huh? When I have learned your righteous judgments. Come see.
I will keep thy statutes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, forsake me not utterly.
He said, King David said, I'm going to keep your laws. I'm going to keep your statutes. Don't forsake me utterly. Don't forsake me 100%. Huh?
Don't leave me out.
Don't leave me out. Mm-hmm. Because when you, listen, man, we really think we in good standards with God. We forsake God's laws, his commandments and statutes, and then ask God for protection.
Man, I be bald praying, asking.
We forsake God and then ask the same God that you forsaken for protection.
Just
Please God shield and protect. And then the person that you're asking God to guide, shield, and protect, he forsakes God. That's why you got to be careful who you pray for, man. You got to be careful who you pray for. If he's sick, God made him sick.
That's right.
God did that.
That's
We
right.
don't know why God did it. We don't know what he was into, why God made him that way.
That's right.
Huh? The only people that I'm praying for is my parents.
That's right.
My mother and my father. I pray for them.
That's right.
Huh? And guess what? God will hear your prayer for them too.
That's
God will hear
right.
your prayer because you're concerned. That's for your parents. Huh? Tom C.
Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his way?
He said, wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his ways? How do you clean your ways with God?
So my ways are dirty then.
How do you clean your ways with God? Because we have to recognize that our ways are filthy. In order to clean your ways with God, we have to realize that our ways is dirty. You got dirty, filthy ways.
I'm not all right.
And the only way to clean your ways is by what? Now the word for cleanse is yizakeh. Yizakeh means to attain. Huh? Yizakeh means to attain. How can you attain the ways of God? The word attain means to gain. How can I gain the ways of God? That's why I read every day, and I try. I put the laws and his ways into action.
That's right.
Because I know by me putting, or by you, or by us putting the laws of God into action and the ways of God into action, you are attaining the ways. You are gaining the ways of God.
That's right.
And by gaining the ways of God, you'll gain his attention.
That's right.
You'll gain his recognition. You'll gain acceptance. Because this man is not like every man. I said, this woman is not like every woman. God said, follow Abraham. He said, woman. He said, follow Sarah.
That's the example. That's right.
Those are the examples.
Not Cardi B.
Not Cardi B. Not Sukiyana.
Not Sexy Red.
Not Sexy Red. You don't want your daughter following Sexy Red.
You don't. No, you don't.
Neither do you want to follow Sukiyana.
Cardi B neither.
Cardi B neither.
Bad example.
None of them women that's in the industry. You don't want to follow no bad examples.
Bad examples.
You know why? Because they don't emanate the examples that God accepts.
No, they're totally opposite.
They don't emanate. To emanate means to show. They don't emanate the examples that God accepts. The woman that emanates and shows the examples that God accepts are the woman that you read in the book.
That's the only way you gonna find it.
The men that emanate the examples that God accepts is the men that are in the book. Stop criticizing the accepted ones. Stop criticizing the ones that was recognized and accepted by God. The woman and the men in this book that was recognized and accepted by God. the people today criticizes them.
Yeah. Yes, they
The
do.
people today criticizes them.
Yeah.
Let's read verse 9.
Wherewithal shall a young man cleanse his way
By
taking heed thereto according to thy
taking
word.
heed according to thy word, Tamshi.
With my whole heart have I sought thee.
Hold up. Wait a minute. With my whole heart have I sought thee. This is another heavy one, man. The word for sought is darash. Darash means sought.
Yes.
It means to seek and to resort.
Yeah.
Ooh. Now, we know what seek means. To inquire, to search, to sort means you're looking for something that you lost. You're looking for God. God said, I was sort of them that what? I forgot the whole. He said, I was sort of them that. I forgot the whole thing. But the word that stood out for me was resort. It's a heavy word, man. This is a heavy word. And the word resort means what? Listen to this. Oh my goodness. The action of turning to. The actions of turning towards God. So it's an action. When you come to learn about God, what, like my brother said, what do you do? What do you do to show that you're turning towards God? Yeah. You got to do something, man. Yeah. What do you do to show that you're turning towards God? That's right? The action of turning to, especially a disagreeable or undesirable one. Do we understand that right there? When you're turning, you're just learning about God and His laws. Right? When you're just learning about God and His laws, you're not going to agree with everything you hear. That's right. Say it again. You're going to disagree with the things that you hear. You're not going to agree with everything that you hear. Huh? But you're turning. And you realize and you do recognize that this is God. But everything that comes with this God, you're not going to agree with it. Huh? Now, the word is adopt. The action of turning to and adopting a course of action. The action of turning to and adopting a course of action, especially a disagreeable or undesirable one. What is adopting? Adopting means what? Accepting something foreign to one's nature.
I'm not used to this.
The laws of God is foreign to you. The ways of God is foreign to you. Huh? So now you gotta adapt yourself to the things that you're hearing now. You gotta break yourself to the things that you're hearing now. You gotta train yourself to the things that you're hearing now, because you ain't never heard nothing like this. No, this is strange to my ears. Break yourself, huh? This is strange to my ears. But because of our lifestyle before I came into knowledge of who God was, now it's strange to me. But you do realize and acknowledge that this is the God.
That's what makes you be so.
And this is the only God. And that's what makes you resort. That's what makes you turn to God, adopting a course of action, even if you disagree with it, even if you don't like it. Huh? Come on, man. Let's read.
Oh, let me not wander from thy commandments.
Oh, let me not wander.
Let me go on.
Tashgeni. Tashgeni means don't cause me to wander. Don't cause me to stray away. Don't cause me to err. To err means to violate an accepted standard by God. Huh? Let's read.
Thy word have I hid in mine heart, that I might not sin.
Thy
against
word have I hid in my heart. When you hide the word of God in your heart, you ain't going to forget.
Keep it here. I can't forget.
You're not going to forget. You're going to keep it in your mind.
Disregard it.
You're not going to forget. You're going to keep this in your mind. A lot of people use that word like it's supposed to be accepted. That's not something to be accepted. If you forgot, then you done violated. You done sinned.
I forgot. You ain't supposed to forget.
Tom Shea.
Blessed art thou, O Lord. Teach me thy statutes.
Blessed art thou, O Lord. I said, blessed art thou,
Blessed
O
art
Lord.
thou.
Teach me what?
Teach me thy statutes.
Teach me thy statutes.
Yeah.
Because if God don't teach you,
Show.
you ain't going to learn them. You ain't going to learn them.
There's
You're not
something
going
to
to learn them. Huh?
Something to
He
learn.
said, go ahead, read.
With my lips have I declared all the judgments of thy
What
mouth.
verse you at?
Verse 13.
Okay, go ahead.
With
With
my
my lips
lips
have I declared all the judgments of thy mouth. Huh? Go ahead.
I have rejoiced in the way
I have
of thy
rejoiced in the
testimony,
way of thy testimonies.
as much as in all riches.
So when the Sabbath comes, your countenance is not upside down. When Friday comes, and you gotta shut the TV off,
Yes.
you gotta cut certain things down.
Yeah.
You gotta shut that down. You don't get those those evil feelings like, damn, I gotta stop, man.
Now you want robbers.
Huh? You doing that with joyfulness of heart. You blowing the horn. You screaming out Baruch Shema. Blessed be his name. Yo, shut the TV off. Yo, hurry up, finish cooking. Yo, he's almost done. Yo, we got 10 more minutes. Let's finish. And then at the end of the time, with all we finish, we playing songs of praises towards God. We playing songs of praises for God to keep your spirit in tune. Because your spirit does say, man,
Goes everywhere.
my spirit gets out of tune when I start harboring. When I start harboring, when you start harboring things that's not godly, when you start harboring things that's not godly, your spirit becomes out of tune, out of tune with the Sabbath, and then your mind start racing about things. That's why we don't watch TV and play music and all that. We got to keep our mind focused on God. We got to do things that's going to keep your mind focused on God.
Even your conversation.
Even your conversation.
That's right.
I noticed that you get into a conversation that don't got nothing to do with God. Now your spirit is out. It's not in tune.
That's right. Yeah.
You go to read. You don't even want to read because my spirit
That's right.
is off.
That's right.
It happens, man. It happened to me.
That's right.
Wait, you gotta look, man. My spirit's out of tune to me. You know what, man? Let me go pray.
That's right.
I'm gonna keep praying and keep praying until I feel
Praise God.
within myself that all right, I'm back in tune now. My mental, I'm back in that zone of Shabbat and the things that I need to stay in zone with.
Don't let nobody get you out of that.
Okay, let's read.
I have rejoiced in the way of thy testimonies, as much as in all riches. I will meditate in thy precepts and have respect unto thy ways.
The word for meditate is asika. It means to discuss or to talk, right? Now, remember now, God said that we should what? Talk about it. When you sit in the house, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, when you rise up. This is not for our, look, this what I'm about to say is not for our forefathers. You know what's for us? You know why we need to talk about it? Because we got to convince ourselves that what God said is right and I'm wrong. We are not 100% convinced to the standards that we read here. Our mind are not made up. So in order, what takes part in the work that we need to do for ourselves is talking about it. It also strengthens you. It puts you.
What Paul used to say, look in the mirror.
That's right.
Tell yourself,
okay. If we don't talk about this great God, then I would never know how you think. If you don't talk sometimes you say certain things according to law, and you're looking for a response. Because I want to hear your mindset and how you think about it to see if your mindset is correct. To see if the way you thinking about this situation is correct.
Yeah.
Huh?
Amen.
The ideas that formulate in your mind, whether it's good or evil, thoughts against God, your feeling towards what God agrees or disagrees with. Okay, let's read.
I would delight myself in thy statutes.
I would delight myself in thy statutes.
I will not forget thy word.
I ain't gonna forget your word.
Deal bountifully with thy servant, that I may live and keep thy word.
In the Hebrew, it don't say bountifully. It says to deal with thy servant, that I may live. Asking God to deal with him. Because if God ain't dealing with you, if God ain't showing you, that's a bad path to be on. Go ahead, read.
Open thou mine eyes, that I may behold.
Open thou mine eyes, that I may behold wondrous things
out of thy law.
Out of thy law. Huh? That I may marvel. Huh? To be filled with a wonder or astonishment. Like, oh my goodness.
That's what realize.
And then when you say certain things that God opened your eyes to, everybody is not astonished. Everybody don't wonder because we not on the same zone. You looking for some type of excitement, and everybody's looking at you like, what did you say? What you say?
Not there with you.
Not there. Tom C.
I am a stranger in the earth.
I am a stranger in the earth.
Hide not thy commandments from me.
Let's read.
My soul breaketh for the longing that it hath unto
my soul breaketh. My spirit is broken.
For the longing.
For desire, for the longing
that it hath unto thy judgments at all times.
God, oh man, God has broken me. Because my desire that I have for God has broken my spirit. Once you have gained 100% desire for God, there goes the breaking of your spirit.
That's right.
It's fully broken. It's fully broken. You got to acquire the desire to serve God. Then and only then your spirit will be 100% broken. 100% broken. We have to break ourselves. And in breaking ourselves, we have to realize that we need to be broken. Not looking at yourself like a good man or a good woman. When you're not good in the eyes of God. When God don't look at you as a good man.
That's right.
When do God look at you as a good woman? That's what counts.
That's what counts.
Then you got to ask yourself, am I good in the eyes of God?
That's right.
All you're going to do is condemn yourself now. I said, am I good in the eyes of God? Am I doing everything to be lawful or right in the eyes of God?
No.
Tom Sheep.
Thou hast rebuked the proud that are cursed.
Thou hast rebuked the proud. The word for proud is zedim. Zedim means presumptuous. Presumptuous means when you overstep your boundaries. We have boundaries that we should not be overstepping. What are the boundaries? The boundaries that God set.
Amen.
The boundaries that God set. What else? What else? The definition of presumption. You take freedom. You take freedom upon yourself. You took the freedom upon yourself to violate the commandments of God willfully. Come on, man. You done took the freedom upon your own self to violate the commandments of God. You know what God said. It was reiterated to you over and over. It was shown to you over and over. It was told to you over and over. But you still took the liberty upon yourself to violate God. Let's read.
Which do err from thy commandments. Remove from me reproach and contempt.
These are things that we need to ask God to remove from us. Because you can't serve God with reproach and contempt. Huh? The word for reproach is kirpa. Kirpa means reproach. Reproach means what? To express. You know how many people do this, man? When people do this, I'm afraid of them. When people do this, I look at them and I say, why you said that? Certain things should not be voiced out of your mouth.
That's right.
Certain things should be kept within yourself and worked on.
That's right.
Instead of voicing it. Because when you voice it,
that's what you're standing on.
When you
That's
voice
what you're standing
it,
on. You put a stamp on it, man. It's like you put a
it's like
stamp
you're standing on it.
Yeah.
And then God get angry at your voice.
Yeah.
And then God get angry at your voice.
And then push you away.
And God get angry at the words.
Yeah, man.
It's best to hold certain things in and not voice it than to voice it.
Hey.
Because when you voice it, you already put the stamp of approval upon it. The stamp is there. Boom! And the stamp that God put on you is to never return to him. Okay? The word reproach, right? It means to express disappointment or displeasure in. So when you're expressing your disappointment or displeasure in, this is something done with what? Words.
Absolutely.
All right? Now we're going to dig deep. What is your disappointment and what are your displeasures? Disappoint means fail to fulfill the hopes or expectations of. What are the expectations? Your expectation is to fulfill the commandments of God.
That's the goal.
Huh?
That's the goal.
Okay?
Objective.
Displeasure. Feelings of disapproval. You know what feelings of disapproval is? When you disapprove what God said. You tell a person, hey, Don Shaw, man, God said blah, blah, blah. He said, well, I wasn't raised that way. I disagree with it. I ain't with it. Man, you got some people, no matter how many times you tell the person, God said.
God said, man.
My God, man.
Yeah, these people dangerous.
Oh,
man.
my God.
These people
I
dangerous.
said, oh, my God.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah.
Where do you get the courage and the strength to voice such things against God? You disagree with what God said? That's dangerous, man.
Yeah.
It's best to keep that to yourself.
Yeah.
Don't never voice it. Don't never voice things that God accepts.
That's why they eat blood and fat now.
All right?
That's why you eat blood and fat.
The other definition for contempt. You know what contempt is? A feeling that a person is not worthy or considered.
Uh-oh.
So when you feel this person is not worthy of to be considered, you treat them and say anything. Your treatment and the things, your words that you use against them will be offensive.
And he does more law than you.
Let's read. Verse 22, let's read.
Remove from me reproach and contempt, for I have kept thy testimonies.
Remove from me reproach and contempt. Those are the things that we need to ask God for. Remove these things from me. Because what? Reproach and contempt. Why I kept thy testimonies.
Princes also did sit and speak against me, but thy servant did meditate in thy statutes.
Said princes did what?
Did speak.
Speak against me. He said, but I did what?
But thy servant did meditate in thy statutes.
But I did meditate in thy statutes. Let me hit a spot in 1 Samuel chapter 15. Right? I'm going to go to 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 9. Okay? Now, King Saul showed kindness. All right? I'm gonna do a rundown up to verse 9. King Saul showed kindness to who? To the Kenites. And the Kenites were who? Jethro. When Jethro accepted the nation and he fed them and housed them and took care of them. This was the years, hundreds of years back, which means the goodness, the good that a person do for you never dies. Come on, man. When a person do good for you, it don't die. It don't stop. It always hold weight. So therefore, nothing will ever be no conflict between me and you. Because I realize that you have done good for me. Or maybe you didn't do good to me, but your father did good to me. We gotta realize that. We gotta continue and keep our head on and stop getting emotional. Because we move off of emotions, man.
Maybe you did good to my brother.
Right. You did good to my brother. It stands. And it'll never be nothing between me and you. Right? Now, what is kindness? The word for kindness is kesed. Kesed means what? Disposed to be helpful and solicitous, a forbearing nature, characterized by sympathy or forbearance. What is disposed? Disposed means you're more inclined to be more inclined. You're more inclined to help. You're more inclined, okay? Solicitous means full of concerns, right? A person with a forbearing nature. A person with a forbearing nature is patient and showing sympathy towards other people, especially when they have done wrong. They violated. The person messed up. But because you have a forbearing nature, you still show sympathy to the person. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? You know when you do that? You know when that stands? When your life is not at stake. Your life is at stake. The dude ain't coming to kill me. The person violated. You know, I say, you know what? Leave it alone. All right, don't do that to get wrong. It's done. Right? What is forbearance? Forbearance is patient, self-control, restraints, and tolerance. Sympathy, feeling of pity and sorrow for someone else, misfortune. That's godly traits, man. That's how King Saul was. I said, that's how the king was. Right? What the heck? Man, we'll kick him in his back, man. Come on, man. So he showed kindness to the Kenites. He showed kindness to the Kenites, right? Then the commandment of God said what? What did God command Saul? He said, Agag, wipe them out. You don't bring nothing back. No best of no sheep, no nothing, because there come a point in time where God don't want it. Certain things, not everything God wanted. We don't know what these sheep was used for. These sheep was probably dedicated, more than likely dedicated to serve their gods. And here you go, listening to the people, brought in the best of the sheep. Okay? Now, go ahead, Tom Sheep. Verse 9, Tom Sheep.
But Saul and the people spared Agag.
Saul and the people spared Agag.
And the best of the sheep.
The best of the sheep.
And the oxen.
And the oxen.
And the fatlings. And the lambs.
And the lamb.
And all that was good. It would not utterly destroy them. But everything that was vile and refused, and that they destroyed utterly. Then came the word of the Lord unto Samuel, saying,
Then came the word of God to Samuel, saying,
It repented me that I have set up Saul.
It repented me. I regret. It grieves me to have set up Saul to do what?
To be king.
To be king.
For he has turned back from following me.
Man, he does not fighting. He turned back from following me.
And has not performed my commandments.
And has not performed my commandments. Tom Sheep.
And it grieved Samuel. He cried unto the Most High all night.
Samuel cried all night. Because if God grieved, Samuel was grieved. If God is angry, Samuel was angry. That's the connection. That's the oneness that we need to get to.
Feel the same about it.
You feel the same way about this, the way God feels about it. You know how much people I told that to, man? I said, I'm sorry if you feel that way, but I can't agree with you how you feel because God don't feel the same way you feel. I said, God don't feel the same way you feel. And guess what? Really and all in life, that's the only thing that counts.
That's right.
It's God.
That's right.
How God feels about the situation. Do God accept it? Do he accept it? That's all that counts. Tamshi.
And when Samuel rose early to meet Saul in the morning, it was as Samuel saying, Saul came to Carmel, and behold, he set him up a place, and going about, and passed on, and going bound down to Gilgal. And Samuel came to Saul, and Saul said unto him, Blessed be thou, O Most High. I have performed the commandment.
Saul told me, he said, listen, blessed art thou, O Most. He said, blessed be what?
Blessed be thou, O Lord.
Blessed be thou, O Lord.
I have performed the commandments of the Lord.
I have performed the commandments of God. Go ahead, read.
And Samuel said, What meaneth then this bleating of the sheep?
So what
in
am
mine
I doing
ears?
hearing all these sheep then? If you perform the commandment of God, then what is all these sheep I'm hearing? You was not supposed to bring all these sheep back. The commandment of God stated to wipe, kill, destroy everything. Look, guess what God said? I said, guess what God said? Even the sucklings.
Right, everything gotta go.
I said, even the sucklings. And who are you to question God?
He
Oh, he was just a baby.
Get him.
She was just a baby.
Did you make him?
But God said to kill him. We don't serve a God that states, suffer the little children to come unto me. Those are the words of deities and idols. Those are the words of a deity and a pamper with his legs crossed that was pinned up on a tree. He wasn't hung on the cross, people.
He was hung on a tree.
I said he wasn't hung on the cross. He was hung on the tree.
Hangman.
And what God said any man that's hung on the tree is a curse of God. Automatically cursed.
He wasn't on the cross.
So why would he?
Hey, you know what else that tell me? That a lot of these black Negroes is a curse of God. They was hung on trees.
During the
Curse. They're talking about black people's God people.
Not all black people is God's people. Let's read it. What verse you at?
I'm at 14.
Let's read it.
And the lowing of the oxen, which I hear. And Saul said, They have brought them from the Amalekites.
They brought them from the Amalekites.
For the people spared the best of the sheep.
The people spared the best of the sheep.
To sacrifice unto the Lord thy God.
Sacrifice unto the Lord thy God.
And the rest we have utterly destroyed.
Read.
Then Samuel said unto Saul.
Look what Samuel told Saul.
Stay.
He said, stay right here. He said, don't go nowhere. He said, go ahead.
And I will tell thee what the Lord has said to me this night.
He said, I will tell you. He said, stay right here. He said, don't go nowhere. He about to sprint. He said, stay right here. He said, I'm going to tell you what God told me. God told me this night.
Say on.
He said, go on, say on. Read.
Samuel said, When thou was little in thine own sight, wast thou not made unto the head of the tribes of Israel? And the Lord anointed thee king over Israel. And the Lord sent thee on a journey and said, Go and utterly destroy the sinners of the Amalekites. Go and utterly destroy the sinners, the Amalekites, and fight against them until they be consumed. Everybody. So when you're a sinner against God, when you sin against God, God hates you. God despises you. When you are put in the category of a sinner. That's right. Go ahead, read. Wherefore then dost thou not obey the voice of God? Wherefore then didst thou not? Why didn't you obey the voice of God, Tamshi? But didst fly upon the spoils. You flew on the spoils. And did evil in the sight of the Most High. And did evil in the eyes of God, Tamshi. And Saul said unto Samuel, Yea, I have obeyed the Lord and the Most High, and have gone the way which the Lord sent me, and have brought Agag, the king of Amalek, and utterly destroyed the Amalekites. You hear what he said? He said, man, I obeyed the voice of God, man. That's what he said. I obeyed the voice of God. No, you ain't obeyed the voice of God. No. You done brought back the Amalekites, brought back the best of the sheep. Go ahead. But the people took on the spoil, sheep and oxen, The chief of things.
You don't put the blame on the people, but you're the king.
That's a fact.
You're the head.
That's a fact.
Understand this, man. If you are the king or the head of a people, whatever goes down within the ranks, you're charged, you're responsible. This is why it's not an easy thing or not a game when you have your own house. Because whatever goes down in the house, God is going to look at the head. Go ahead, read.
But the people took of the spoil, sheep and oxen, the chief of the things which have been utterly destroyed. To fact sacrifice unto the Lord thy God in Gilgal. And Samuel said, has the Lord as great delighted in burnt offerings and sacrifices?
So you think God has great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices?
As in obeying the voice of the Most High?
God rather you obey than send up a sacrifice. Because if you obey God, you ain't got to send up no sacrifice or no offerings.
Amen. Behold,
to obey is better than sacrifice. And to hearken than the fat of rams.
For rebellion is a sin of witchcraft. And stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry. Because I have rejected the word of the Most High.
Hold up right there. He said, for rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft.
Same thing.
Rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft. Right? So when you rebel, it's like you're doing witchcraft.
Absolutely.
Right? And stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry. What is stubbornness? Unyielding, hardened in feelings. When you're hardened in your feelings, there's nothing that's going to change your mind. Nothing that's going to change your mind or how you think about certain situations. You're already stuck on how you think about it, and that's it. You can't serve God.
I know people like
that. Now, an iniquity and idolatry. What is idolatry? Idolatry in the Hebrew means teraphims. You know what teraphim is? Teraphims are household gods. Teraphims are domesticated gods of the human figure. Now you see why it's not good to buy G.I. Joes and dolls and all these things, because back in ancient customs, they had those same dolls and those little G.I. Joe figures, but they were gods. They were deities. And here you go buying them for your children, for your sons and your daughters to play with. But you're giving them things that was done in ancient customs. With that, all I got was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mika Ben Lev.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father, my teacher, and the leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo. Giving due all respect to chief men, princemen, mothers in Israel. I bid you out of the tongue of our forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
Okay, before I go into this, I would like everybody's attention and rise. Rise and repeat after me. This is the Constitution, the 10 Commandments of the Most High God. And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all his words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
nor any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in the heaven above,
that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
or that is in the waters under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God,
For I, the Lord thy God,
am a jealous God,
am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity
visiting the iniquity
of the fathers
of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation
unto the third and fourth generation
of them that hate me,
of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain,
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day,
Remember the Sabbath
to
day,
keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the seventh day
But the seventh
is
day
the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work,
thou shalt not do any work.
thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy daughter,
thy manservant,
thy manservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea,
the sea,
and all that in them is,
and all that in the midst,
and rested the seventh day.
and rested the seventh day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day
and hallowed it.
and honored it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long
that thy days may be long
upon the land
upon the
which the
land
Lord thy God giveth thee.
which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder,
Thou shalt not murder,
thou shalt not commit adultery,
thou shalt not commit adultery,
thou shalt not steal,
thou shalt not steal,
thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor,
thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
You may be seated. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God is come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off. And Moses drew near to the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. Ye shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings, and thy peace offerings, thy sheep, and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps unto mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Shalom Aleichem.
Yeah.
That was the 10 Commandments. That was our Constitution. That's where all the rest of the laws come from. The first batch of laws that we got came in 10. Those 10 from Mount Sinai. And then as we progressed and got into the land, we were able to do the rest. But those 10 has to be done immediately. Immediately. And you need to know this. That's why certain things of old don't die. We have to keep the same curriculum. Okay? You see how Chief Malak was able, and my imam, and it was able to read it off. I know it by heart too, but standard. I have to have it in front of me and I have to read it. Okay?
Right.
That's how it's done.
And I ain't doing that every day.
No.
That was every week.
Look. And that was every week. Oh, long, for decades.
For years.
Decades. So it becomes what? Just like the song you listen to. In Deuteronomy 32, the people was commanded to learn that. That was a song. What you said last week? S dot, D dot, all the dots, all the rappers, the drill rappers. We know, look, I don't listen to it every day. And the lines go across my head. That's how easy it is for folly and wickedness to get in your head. Our entertainment is what's killing us. That's what it is. Our entertainment.
You rejoice of
Yo.
dead ops.
Yo, man. Come on. Get this in your head. Recite this. And this is what we do. This is what we've been doing since the beginning of having teachings anywhere.
That's right.
Okay? You can't stop it. So this will be done every week. And because this is what we are here for. To follow, to learn, first to learn, recognize and learn, and follow and do. Everything else don't mean nothing. Now we're going to go to the book of Leviticus 19. Leviticus chapter 19. He said, and the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto all the congregation of the children of Israel. Every time I hear that, you have to understand something. At that time that God was talking to these people in the wilderness, these laws were only for those people. It wasn't for nobody else. It wasn't meant for the world. God did not tell them, take these laws and go into Canaan land and teach it to Canaan.
Go on the corner.
Okay? He'll tell you who to go to. Okay? What you're supposed to do is take this to yourself and your house, your wife, your children, or any other inhabitants that live within your environment. That's who is supposed to be taught to, right? So this was spoken to the congregation of the children of Israel. He said, say unto them, what?
You shall be holy.
You shall be holy. First of all, y'all gotta be holy. Y'all gotta be different to everybody else. And God gonna run it down. Holy means to be set apart. You gotta be the weird one. You gotta be the one everybody else looking at. Who's him? Who's her?
Different.
Why is he dressed like that? Why he dressed like that? Why they don't eat this? Why they don't celebrate this? Why they don't wear this? Why you can't bring this in the house? Why this don't happen? Why they don't say that? Why they don't acknowledge that?
Everybody
Set
do.
apart.
Everybody do.
We are not part of the world.
No,
It's a privilege.
you don't belong here.
It's a privilege. It said to the service of God. If I go to the movies right now, am I set apart
Not
to
at
the
all.
service of God? I'm not here.
No.
This is the service that is supposed to be done. You're supposed to come and gather. Okay? You can't go off or, well, I stay home by myself.
I watch YouTube.
Or I'll watch you guys in it. But you live like 4 blocks away. You live in the same borough.
See that happen.
Come on, man.
People want to do these laws the way they want to
The way
do
they
it.
want
Look, they know it.
Playing games.
I've been around for a long time, and I know what somebody don't know.
Playing games.
Okay? And I know what somebody know.
Playing games.
Because certain laws don't even get mentioned
Playing games.
at all.
Playing games.
Let's go. He said, you shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy. Right. First of all, we have to be like the God we serve. Everybody else try to be like the God they serve, and it's a no God. That is the whole thing, you know. All right? But see, people have the wrong God. The world has the wrong God. There's only one. Okay? But you have to be like him. That's why you heard about a lot of the ways that we have to be. That means I have to control myself a lot.
Right.
It's not about me. And sometimes I feel that I'm entitled to feel this way because no good. No good. All of this has to be being holy, not only with these laws, right? And the statutes and the commandments, also my behavior.
There you go.
In going out and coming in. You say David, in his going out and coming in, was wise before God. He behaved himself wisely, meaning he didn't throw away none of the stuff he was taught. Even though you got me mad, even though you're wrong, you are wrong, right? But I will still conduct myself in the testimonies of God so I don't err. Because in me trying to correct you, I can commit iniquity.
That's a fact.
Y'all know that?
That's a fact.
Y'all know that, right? Because we so bent out of shape. I get bent out of shape. Our emotions, whether we happy, mad, sad, they're not towards God. So that puts you out of line, out of place. Okay? But if I said, man, I don't know this God. Just been introduced to this God. But the stuff that you're reading and hearing about this God, that's what you have to adapt yourself to. So to be holy is to be sacred. Anything that God deems holy is sacred, is set apart. Okay? Nah, man, the Sabbath is supposed to be sacred to me. Okay? Meaning, I regard and safeguard the rules. I regard and safeguard the rules of this feast day. I regard and safeguard the rules of this, because there's rules for marriage, rules for this, rules for that, rules for this, rules for everything that God gave us. Time sheet.
You shall fear every man his mother.
All right. Before you start doing anything, you don't know how to be holy. He just said, you shall be holy. So the first step, because the first people you gonna know, you gonna meet, it's not, you ain't gonna know God when you're a baby. You know your mother and your father. And the way God set it up is because man dies. Mankind dies. So we're able to procreate, which meaning having sex, to have children. So this thing could keep going on, what is called generations. This is how man keeps going. This is how we take this and pass it down. Okay? So marriage is sacred to God. That's why he said, no adultery. He said, man, don't do that to the wife of your bosom. You have to treat her a different way because you've been with her longer. You've been with her longest. The wife of you, the wife of you, when you ain't had nothing. She was there holding you down. When no other woman would take your junk, she took it.
Old lady.
Yo, hold that down. Because look, she respect and honor you. Especially if you're a hard dude with this. It takes a woman to be with a godly man. It takes a real woman to be with a godly man. Because you're not going to like everything you hear. Okay? And I was trying to find a part that I forgot to put a note on it. But it's in the Apocrypha. It said, the servants of God that serve him vehemently. You know what vehemently means? With a passion to where you think I'm mad. But sometimes you see we get riled up, right?
That's what
not mad at nobody, man.
Thinking I'm mad.
Nobody mad at nobody, man. This is the boosting. This is the energy. The same energy you get when you heard that verse from that rapper. You said, ooh, yo, what? Yo, play that again. Yo, you hear what he says? Hold on, listen. It's how we're supposed to get with these words. So when certain individuals get up and start, yeah. It's a mindset. It's not just these laws. You got to do these laws, but with a mindset, right? Because what my father said, what he told us, when I'm gone, you're going to have to boost yourself. You. Not everybody. You're going because nobody's going to boost and get on you like me.
Nobody going to boost you, son.
Nobody love you like me.
Nobody going to boost you, son.
Because I know the deal. And this is the real deal. So, things that I read, it should be something by now, even the new people, that gets you excited when you read it.
Speak about it.
Okay? And feed that excitement. That's what he did. Sometimes he may go get the book out of nowhere and turn that TV off. Go get the book. Right or wrong. Got both of us in there. Sometimes all of us in there. That's what I got to do to myself when I'm by myself. That's what you got to do to yourself when you by yourself. It's the only way, man. I have to drive. I got to be my own battery. Nobody's going to do it for me. I have to be my own corrector. When I correct myself, right, it doesn't correct you. It only corrects this guy. When you correct yourself, it only affects you. So I have to feed myself the things that I know is going to keep me towards God and towards this law. Nobody does law. Nobody teaches it. And when you teach it, everybody got a bunch of, they bash it, man.
They have their opinions.
You hear it from this guy come up. You hear it too. You hear it. Nobody wants to teach the law. They run from it. And the law is the doings that's going to keep your mindset here.
That's a fact.
So you got to fear every man. Every man must fear your mother. Dudes don't fear their mother. You don't get to the father because it makes his mother first. Because you knew her first when the little baby. All you know is this scary guy came when my babies was little, and they said, hey, man, stop all that noise. They look at me, they see beard. Yeah, that's why babies cry when they look at us. They see hairy people. They're used to seeing haircuts. You didn't notice that, right? Yeah. Most babies cry when they see a hairy man. They're not used to that. So you got to fear your mother. Even if you don't live with her. Even if you got $1 million and you got kids I don't care how much your pride makes you feel. Okay?
But I'm 40 years old.
That don't mean nothing. So what? So what?
I'm 40.
So what? Because it said you shall fear every man. It said be afraid.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
All right? You didn't even get to the honor part. He said be afraid. If you're look, whoever I'm afraid of would honor you. But you fear the wrong things. You fear the wrong things. Really don't fear God. If you don't fear God, you are going to do presumptuous sin. If you don't fear God. Because that's what keep you winning. Tamshi.
You shall fear every man his mother.
His mother.
His father.
And his father. Listen. Get out your father's business. Leave your daddy and your mother business alone. It's none of your business. I don't care if she was that's woman. That's your daddy and your mama business. They didn't have to have you.
That's a fact.
You hear them complain about each other? Mind your business. That's not for you to get into.
Big fact.
Amen.
I'm tired of seeing that. And I'm seeing it a lot of Israelites. The stuff I see out there, I'm not supposed to see it here.
Yeah.
I'm not supposed to go to another Israelite around Israelites and see certain things in a certain frame of mind I'm not supposed to see. And the children, children are no good today. Yo, they want to be heard, but they don't want to respect nothing. They don't want to respect even what they like. Oh, yeah, you like that? You like this? Well, why don't you go all the way with it? You're still playing with it. That's the way of the world. Do what I want, like what I want. I can pick it up and drop it when I feel like it.
Do as thou wilt.
So, if you at least fear your parents.
Do that much.
Because through that, you'll gain humility to serve God. Somebody got to tell you you're wrong. And the best person to tell you that is your mommy and your daddy. You don't want the police to tell you you're wrong. You don't want God to come personally and tell you you're wrong. You don't want God to stir things up to tell you you're wrong. You would rather your mother and your father say, hey, and leave it there. You need somebody to put their finger in your face. You need that because that's what's going to help break that spirit. Say, break yourself, right? That's the spirit that you got to use to break it. That's the first step to breaking that spirit. Adhering and be afraid. Why? Why should I be afraid of my mother and father? Be afraid to get them upset. There's another part in here that says be afraid to grieve your mother. Don't do things to make her cry. You got your mother crying over here because of your behavior. She don't want you to do the blah, 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 and you won't do it, and she starts crying. The father don't cry. The father pick up something and start going upside people's head. You grieving them. You angering them. You're frustrating them. We get frustrated over telling our children things over and over and over again. Yeah, sometimes we get frustrated. Sometimes we don't say nothing. You know what? I'm not in the mood now. That's not good.
That's not good.
Or you know what? Look, man, he or she ain't gonna listen. Let them go ahead and do what they want to do.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what God did to Balaam. Do you know that? Balaam, God told Balaam, no, you're not going. Right? And he still go, well, wait a minute, let me go see what God said. You already know what God said. You want that silver. You want the change of garments. Because you didn't divine for free. Okay? They didn't do that stuff, that abominable stuff for free for people. Okay? See, God said, I have not suffered you to be that way. You don't have to light a candle and stand in the dark to get an answer in your life. I have not suffered you to do that. You don't have to go to get herbs and burn them. Okay? I'm getting rid of the evil spirit. You, the evil spirit. Your spirit is the one that's evil. All you're doing is invoking other more evil spirits. And no. Speaking of invoking, that 6-point star.
The star.
It's a website my brother put me on to where they show some gruesome killings. People, horrible stuff. Horrible stuff. Some of the stuff I'm like, whoa. It needs to be censored. And they got a guy who snuck in a Masonic ritual inside a Masonic temple.
They're still practicing.
No. Before, I want to see what kind of stuff they got going on. No. I didn't even have to press play.
Yeah.
What was at the top, Chief Balak? You remember? A 6-point star.
A 6-point star. Yeah.
That's
In a Masonic secret ritual.
And secret
If that
ritual.
guy would have got caught.
It was over. He would have been up there. Yep. He said,
The hexagram represents the heavenly macrocosmic. You know what macrocosmic? Cosmic heavens, dealing with astrology.
Stars.
Okay? It said, or planetary forces. I can't look. That has to do with messing with spirits and demons and all that. You're on this planet messing with forces God ain't tell you to mess with. You are activating planetary forces. Okay? And it's a symbol. It's a symbol. It stands for something. Okay? Equivalent. The 6-point star is equivalent to the Rosicrucian Rose Cross.
Yeah.
And that's a cross. That's the cross of a certain type of Freemason people who are called Rosicrucians.
Yeah. And a lot of Israelites is Masons.
A lot of Israelites is Masonic.
Keep playing games. Y'all niggas think it's a game? Y'all pit bounds. Pit bound.
No. And the ancient Ankh. Remember I told you about that last week?
The little
game.
All crosses are the same.
Yeah,
All
word.
crosses go together. Triangles, shapes, those shapes, rectangle, square that they teach us in school, those shapes, the circle, all that stuff, they didn't teach that.
Games you want to play?
Those are symbols. And that's why it's required for the world to go to school to get some knowledge of those things.
Yep.
Yeah, they call it math. We didn't need that.
Yep.
E equals MC2. That didn't matter.
Yep.
words.
All that going into science. And so, man, how does gravity leave that alone? Leave it alone. Yeah. It said God set the earth here. It's set. That's it. Leave the process alone. You can't mess with that.
They say you shall not eat no manner of blood.
We gonna get there. 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 I got a special 10 minutes on that time sheet.
And keep my Shabbats.
So you gotta honor your mother and father and keep it Sabbaths. And maybe you have a chance to do the rest.
Yeah.
You ain't got that locked down, you ain't gonna do nothing. Shabbat and your parents. If you ain't got that locked down, you ain't gonna do nothing. You're not gonna develop the heart to do none of these laws.
That's true. That's true.
That's why it's given it in sequence. Time sheet. Now, being that you honor your mother and your father, you honor the rules of the Sabbath day, right? Now, you're going to have a chance to turn away from idolatry. Time sheet.
Turn you not to idols.
How do I turn unto idols? How do I turn to the Most High God? By following. I'm a newcomer. Y'all serve the Most High. I want to know how to follow him. So I'm going to follow you.
That's it.
I'm going to do everything. I say, oh, y'all got to stand up like this. Okay, I'm going to do the same thing. Okay? Don't come in here and see everybody standing like this. You want to stand like this. You want to do this. And you want to do this. Yo, do you know all those different positions are in devil worship and yoga?
That's right.
Pilates.
That's right.
Say what it's
Okay? What? Pilates.
That's right.
It's just so relaxing. Everything. What's relaxing on our meditation is this. It's like Isaac was in the field meditating.
Amen.
Okay? He was either just sit, sometimes he just sit down and think on it. Think on God. Think on when he saved you. When you was in the hospital, when you got shot, when you got stabbed,
right.
when you was sick near death.
That's right.
Okay? When it don't look like you was getting out.
That's right.
And you got enemies in there.
That's right.
That's what's gonna make you believe him more.
Amen.
We need that because we're not built like Abraham.
Mm-hmm.
You know why it wasn't no thing, Abraham, get rid of his son? Because that's what they did in Babylon anyway. That's what God said, don't follow the rest of the people because they all burn their children to the idols.
Yeah.
So guess what?
What about that?
Isaac didn't have no bad thoughts on Abraham. He didn't have no bad thoughts on Abraham. It wasn't, oh man, I thought you was going to kill me. None of that. Erase that out your minds.
That's crazy.
Stick to what it's saying. God is the one that told us that story.
Wow.
You're adding.
Wow.
You're adding,
wow,
man.
Wow.
Leave it alone. That was the way of the world.
Wow.
Before Abraham knew God, right? Nobody was serving God.
That's a fact.
Everybody was burning
kids, bro.
body and their kids.
What?
Babylon, fire god is Babylon, or Assyria, Syria, that whole region, they deal with the fire god. Right? And in time, it got changed to a water god. The one that's around today.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, they dedicate you now because it's barbaric to burn your kid in the fire.
It's the
So now
blue
we do it with water. It's called baptism.
Talk about it.
And that's no good. You don't need no water to be dedicated to the true and living God. It's not holy water. Tongue sheet.
No one make themselves molten gods. I am the Lord your God.
He said you can't make to yourselves molten gods because that's what everybody did. You can't come and tell me I gotta serve your God. We're going to war. You gotta conquer me and take my stuff to tell and force me or I die. That's how it was back then. Everybody had their own gods. Everybody, the Moabites, they had more than one God. Everybody has more than one God. From back then to today, we're the only ones that deal with the true and living God. Because when it comes to God, it can only be one.
Amen.
It can only be one. There's only room for one God here.
That's it.
It can only be one. Only one can have this. It cannot be shared. The gods. No such thing.
The God.
No such thing. It cannot be shared. All right? It cannot be borrowed. Or God cannot be coupled with or matched. He is not a man. He's not a woman. He is not of this world. Tongue sheet.
And if you offer a sacrifice of peace offerings,
Now, we don't offer no sacrifices here. That was back then. If you offer, you had a choice. Okay? We don't have no choice. To be consecrated, for a priest to be consecrated, you need the holy place. Am I correct? You need the holy place. You need the burnt offering altar. Okay? You need the blood of that ox that's being slain. While you getting consecrated, that ox is getting slain. That ox is burning. And the blood of that ox gets sprinkled on you, who's going to be the priest. And on your right here, your right over here, and your great thumb. And everything got to get shaven. Not your head, here, everything here. You only do that one time. That's it. And then you got the anointing oil on you. And then you got the holy garments of the priest get put on you. And then you are secluded to that area. You can't leave and go. You can't come and go out. You can't leave and go out. You can't leave and go out. because your service, the only thing that you do in life every day is take care of these offerings that the people bring in.
That's it.
That's the priest's job. And there's a lot of requirements for it that are not around today. Time shoot.
You shall offer it at your own will. It shall be eaten the same day you offer it. And on the morrow, if it all remain until the third day, it shall be burnt in fire. And if it be eaten at all on the third day,
it is abominable. See, you can't have, we got leftovers from the sacrifice. They didn't.
Leftovers from the sacrifice?
There's no such thing as leftovers. It can only last for 2 days. If it's still around on the third day, if it be eaten at all on the third day, it's abominable. Once the third day hit, you still got some of that sacrifice left. You can't eat it.
Right.
It's been around too long. Okay? He said, therefore, it shall not be accepted. God will not accept of that sacrifice. He said, therefore,
Therefore, everyone that eateth this shall bear his iniquity.
You are responsible for your sacrifice that you eat in there. You're going to bear the responsibility if you hold it to the third day and eat it. Time sheet.
Because he hath profaned the hallowed thing of the Most High.
Hallowed means holy, separated, sacred thing. Time sheet.
And that soul shall be cut off from amongst his people. And when you reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not wholly reap the corners that I feel.
We don't have land. We don't have land. We don't run the bread basket of America. Okay? You might have a little garden here. Might have a little something there. And, you got some brothers that got acres of land. That's it. It's just got land. It's not fertile. You don't have hands to plow. You don't have plowing machines. Where you gonna get certain seeds from? Yo, an independent country is we wouldn't be here.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Relying on nothing here. But then when you go over there, there's people there already. We've been displaced, man. All of this got taken away. Why? You know why? Because what you grew from the farms, you didn't hold it down and take it to the priest like God commanded. You didn't give up your tents like God commanded. You didn't bring your tithes. You didn't bring your offerings here. You brought it over there to Billy. You know what Billy is, right? Baal. Time sheet.
Neither shalt thou gather the gleanings of thy harvest. And thou shalt not glean thy vineyard. Neither shalt thou gather every grape of thy vineyard. Thou shalt leave them for the poor and for the stranger. I am the Lord your God.
Same mentality, a guy that would just say, let me just take up everything, glean everything. Not one grape left, not one stacks of corn left. Everything gone, right? This is the guy that don't share nothing. He got a lot, don't give out nothing. And then you got the thief. He said, you shall not steal. See, all of these characteristics go together. A guy that's real selfish and what you gotta watch, gotta know mine's, all mine's. You don't give me mine. Right? Gotta watch him because he'll also steal.
Oh yeah.
Because he's like this with his eyes. You can't eat all of that. All of this you can't eat. He said, leave some for the poor, the stranger, the fatherless, the widow. That's why they don't have to go with a cup in their hand. They don't have to go begging. We don't have to they didn't have to have a salvationary place where the needy could come. Because we all took care of the needy, because we all got. Whoever got open arms, I'm not going to shoot you when you come into my to eat corn.
It's crazy.
Because God gave me enough.
Amen.
So we hold each other down.
Right.
I mean, $500 million. Y'all millionaires too. I can't keep all that to myself.
That's crazy.
I can't enjoy that to myself. God gave that to me so I can hit everybody off who I supposedly love and care for. That's selfish. Right? And selfishness shows greediness. And when you're greedy, you will steal. That character brings thievery. So it says, you shall not steal. Stealing is taking anything that don't belong to you in any form or fashion. Whether you did it straight up, because you got bold people who do it straight up, or you got people who do it slip and slide underhand of the digital world, checks, paperwork, scams, anyhow. Okay? All that goes under you shall not steal. Once you don't took something, and I don't care how you get it, it don't belong to you. And you can't find nothing in nobody's house. Yeah. You'll be surprised.
$20 on the living room.
He thought about it and laughed, right? How can I come to your house
And find someone.
and find something and expect, yo, you ain't want it away. So what? Even if it's on the floor, you can't come to my house and find nothing.
What?
This how wicked the mind can get.
That's crazy.
Tom, see?
You shall not steal, neither deal falsely.
Deal falsely. Tell the truth, man. Look. Hey, you know what? I can't say. I'm not sure. Don't tell me yeah or no, and you're really not sure. You gotta be direct. When people say, yo, man, did such and such do that? Yo, I don't know. I can't say he did it. I can't say he did this. Man. No, because I don't. You want me to be a lying witness?
That's what it is.
You mad at that? You mad at this guy right now? That's everything going towards. If you want me to jump on it, it may be true, it may not. I can't stand on that. He said, neither lie one to another. Don't ask me certain questions if you don't want to hear the truth. You might not like it, but it's going to be the truth.
Can't lie to you, brother.
Or, I ain't revealing that information. But the only one I can't do that to is my email. No, you can't do that with your parents. Right or wrong. You got to tell them. And to know is something that might get them upset. Don't tell them that. Eject that out your mind. Eject that out your heart. And tell them what you're supposed to tell them. Pacify their anger. But when they get angry at you, God get angry at you.
That's a fact.
We want a lot of stuff, but we don't like giving it up. We want a lot of respect. We want a lot of acknowledgement, this, that, and third. We don't give that up to who God say give it up to.
So,
Tom Sheet.
and you shall not swear by my name falsely.
Stop swearing.
Amen.
We're going to get this swearing thing down pat right now.
That's a fact.
Deuteronomy, God say, you shall swear by my name. Meaning, in the Most High God, you swear by. You don't have to say Yod Hey Wah Hey. You don't mean that.
Come on now.
People read that and think, oh, it's okay. It doesn't mean that. It means you don't swear by yourself. You don't swear by your dead grandmother's grave. You don't swear on your dead homie.
Oh, bro.
God says swear by mine, swear by me, because I'm the God of truth.
Don't swear on me neither, man.
Don't swear on yourself. Don't swear on your mother. Don't swear on nobody else but God. And you better be telling the truth, because the only time they swore was when matters came up.
That's it.
In law.
That's it.
Not when I'm telling you a story. I beat this guy up down the block. Oh, shoot, dies.
You got niggas that swear on their dead.
They swear on everything they say. I swear on my dad. I'm gonna do this.
Bro.
And look, and that's the heathen that do that. Right? Their life is about dead things. Their God is dead. Okay? Everything about them is dead. Their works bring death. Tom Sheep.
Neither shall I profane the name of the Most High. I am the Lord. Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, neither rob him.
Don't fraud me. Don't tell me one thing and it's another. You frauded me. Okay? Right? Don't rob me, man. Give me what I'm owed. Give me what I worked for. Give me what you said you're going to do. Give me what you said out your mouth. Give me what we agreed on. Okay? Tom Sheep.
The wages of him that is hired shall not abide thee all night until the morning.
You got paid when you got off. The work that we did back then was not office work. It wasn't construction work. Okay? You didn't have a desk job. There was no teachers. You know where you work? You know where the men went to work at? In the field, on the farms, stacking hay. What they call these things again? We just read about it. Grapes and gleanings of your harvest. Okay? The stacks of corn, the bundles, because they get put there. One stack, 2, 3, 4, put all that. Boom. And when you come back, you finish. I got 30 stacks of corn now, right? Got 4 corners surrounding my thing, right? I'm gonna leave 5 on each one.
That's real.
Or 4 on each one, according to how I feel, but I gotta leave there. I can't clean it out. I gotta leave some juice back. I gotta leave some of the rice back. Okay? Oh, wait, hold up. Did everybody eat?
There we go.
Did everybody get a share? Top sheet.
Thou shalt not curse to death, nor put a stumbling block before the blind, but shalt fear the God, thy God. I am the Lord.
Put a stumbling block on the blind when I tell you that you can go to a restaurant and eat and order any type of flesh to be eaten.
That's right.
And tell you, just make sure you order it well done.
Well done.
I'm supposed to be telling you you're not supposed to be eating in that place.
Yeah. Well done.
First of all,
Get it well done.
well done. You gotta get the blood out.
It's bloody meat.
You gotta get the blood out.
It's well done sat in the meat.
Nothing was in storage. Back in these days, you didn't have fridges and freezers, dry ice and all this stuff. Okay? We got a fresh kill. If I want to eat some oxen tonight, and it's not gonna be the oxtail. They didn't eat the tail of the ox. Yeah. That's the tail. Ain't nothing but fat in there. The shank, the shoulder. God, this is in Leviticus. He tell you what parts. And that's the good part. I gotta make God go out in the field, make that kill. Make that kill. And let the blood release out that body before anything. Today, you're not killing. You don't even know how to do that. Somebody has to show you how to do these things. You have to be around it. You have to be shown, okay? Or be with a hunter, okay? Being in the field. Today, you go buy it. You buy your meat. Am I correct? Everybody buys their meat.
Sure do.
You go to the supermarket. The meat is in the frozen section.
Plastic.
You can't keep it nowhere else. Now, the meat, these are heathen people. They don't get rid of no blood, no fat. All of that is weight, because they sell it to you by weight. They get rid of all of that. It's lean now, right? I'm paying a little bit now for this. So you gain everything, blood, fat, meat, everything. Now you got to take that and bring it home, all right? And soak it.
There we go.
Constantly until it look like this.
Nice and pale.
And I know what I'm talking about because I saw my father do it. I saw him do it multiple times. I saw him do it in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s. Okay? And that thing take weeks. Sometimes ground beef alone, take a week to 9 days.
So,
Let alone if you go out there yourself and hunt and catch something and don't drain that blood out. You got to bring it in without the blood.
Yeah.
That way, the only thing I got to deal with is getting rid of the fat. They didn't have pans. They didn't have pots and pans like we do, like, and a fire there. You got a pit. You got a pit. Dig up in the ground, throw rocks up in there, throw the fire up in there, put the grill over there, and you put the animal on top of that.
right.
And you hear, psst, psst, psst. You know what that is? The fat. That's the only way you're going to get rid of the fat. The fat melts out. Blood don't melt out. When you put heat to the meat, the blood congeals.
That's exactly what it did.
And look just, I don't see no blood.
Blood sauce.
And then they throw stuff on it. And God said you should not eat with that, man.
That's different.
So I'm not going to tell nobody what's being told these days.
Get you a burger, dude.
I'm not going to tell you. Look, I told you last week, all birds are mixed. All birds. And I don't see They didn't eat pigeons and they didn't eat doves. Those were used for sacrifices. And the only description of birds that I read in the law is the ones that's unclean. And every bird today is defiled. But quails, pheasants, they have a thing called old bird and new bird. Yeah. Today, we live in the era of the new bird, the new world quail, which has been hybrided and is family to the chicken and the turkey. Also, also family to penguins. You eat a penguin? Dodo bird. All birds are related today. They have been hybrid and bred to all have the same similarity. That's why you hear people say, hey, it tastes like chicken. This tastes like chicken. That tastes like it. All taste the same. Leave those fowls alone. You not going out there getting them. Nah. You don't even know which ones are the correct ones to eat when you hunt. Because most of them are unclean. And the ones that you thought was clean, I have checked out. They are all under Gallus. The chicken name is Gallus. And every other bird that is cousin or related is called Galliform. So the birds that you think is good is related now. Okay? We didn't get a list of the clean birds in the law. Think about it. We did not get, well, these are the ones that are good. These are the ones that are bad. We just got the bad list. And we didn't see nobody eating turkey or chicken in there. And if you go, the people who have the King James Bibles in your phone, the search box, put in the word chicken. It's going to say this word does not exist. You know when they started eating chicken? After the Persian captivity, the Babylonian captivity. After the 70-year captivity, they started eating chicken, turkey, and they brought in rice. Because they didn't eat rice back there either. They had grains, but not rice. Grains different, like wheat, barley, okay? Corn is also a grain. It's not a fruit or a vegetable. See, a lot of things, a lot of standards are being set today by heathens. Okay? The standard is being set by heathens. There's certain things, but sometimes you gotta go further back. You gotta go back to these times. A lot of stuff that was around then is not here now. Mostly everything is mixed. Leave the birds alone. Leave the birds alone. Stop being a slave. They say black people can't do away with chicken and watermelon. Negroes love chicken. You know that, right? It said, man, he'll sell his soul for a bowl of chicken and a slice of watermelon. Man. And that's what they used to say about black people, man. That's great. And I see it to say you would sell your soul for a piece of bread. That's true. You gotta leave that stuff alone. Love chicken. You can't go, you gotta leave alone what you're coming from. That chicken is used in seances. People use it to do abominations. They do things with the egg yolk. They do things with the blood. Leave that stuff alone. And look, this that thing right here, that little bag, it's called a wattle. Okay? It's called the wattle. It has nothing to do with cleaning and garbage. It controls the temperature of the animal. That's all it does. I know that. Read, search, study. Stop going by what people say. Because if you ask Israelites to heathen, they'll say, yeah, man, it go in that little bag. No, it don't. What? These are things that are said for me to keep eating it. Give what? That's crazy. All right. Move down to verse 16.
Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people.
First of all, mind your business. Stop talking about people and stop bringing up stuff that's not true.
Amen.
I wasn't there. I'm not going to speak upon it. Yeah, but I was there. Okay. I'm not going to repeat what you're saying, though. You could be lying. I'm not going by what you're telling me. We got to see proof of it. As a matter of fact, look, what is this going to bring us? Leave it alone. Don't go up and down as a talebearer. Just because it's hot news to you don't mean it's true. Tom Sheep.
Neither shall thy stand against the blood of thy neighbor. I am
That's
the
your
Lord.
brother, right? That's your brother, right?
Mhm.
Y'all serve the same God, right?
Mhm.
Do you have to come from the same mother and father to follow this?
No.
No. We hate each other. We hate each other, man. We love the heathen and we hate each other
That's a fact.
because of the treatment. The treatment. Tom Sheep.
Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart.
How do I show I hate him in heart?
Thou shalt in any way, in any wise, rebuke thy neighbor and not suffer sin upon him.
If I don't tell you where you're going wrong with this, I hate you. And I did it too. Y'all get that one?
That's
If
right.
I don't rebuke my brother or my neighbor in this, I hate you because I don't want you to turn and do right with God. And guess what? God said you did it too. We don't look at that by that law. We quick to talk about each other instead of coming to each other. And then now you come to me and I come to you. I can't be giving you or getting mad at you because this is correct.
Word. You get mad.
Why are you getting mad?
Spitting law.
And see, that's why nobody say nothing to you no more. Because you will be. This is when you become a scorner. When nobody can tell you nothing.
Word.
But I gotta tell you, because then what? If I believe what I read, I did it too.
Yeah.
So when I'm over here talking about AJ did it, you did it too. I did it too.
So, yeah.
We don't believe what we read. We only believe what we want and like. You got that? You don't believe all of his commandments. Tom Sheep.
Thou shalt not avenge, nor bear any grudge.
Don't be
against the
quick.
children.
Oh man, he did this to me. I'm gonna go back and do that to him because he was wrong when he did it to you. So to avenge means something wrong, some violation was done against your people, though, right? People. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart. Your people. Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor. Your people. Thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people. This is for my people, and this is for their kids. I can't do your kids dirty because I don't like you, and I'm gonna come and treat the kid. Man, get out of here, man. No, don't do that to my son. Don't do that to my daughter. They ain't got nothing to do with our discrepancy. Your wife ain't got nothing to do with it. Your girl, your woman, my wife, my girl, my woman got nothing to do with that. This is where men become worse than women. Okay? Your people. It's an ugly thing. He said, thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge. And I said, I won't let it go.
Word. Man, get out of here, man. Go about yourself, bro.
When you can't let things go, you can't move on. When you don't let things go, God ain't letting things go with you. How about that? We want mercy, so much mercy from God, but I won't give a warm shoulder to the ones I say I love. I won't even let you. I won't even hear you out.
You kidding me,
But
bro?
I hear that. I hear them out there. I pay attention to what's on here. But from here, face to face, we don't pay attention to each other. That's the wickedness. You know, that's how deep the wickedness is in us. Do you know that? Come on, man. Sound shit.
But thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself.
Why he did that? You know, when he did it, and then you turn around and do it. What kind of people is this? That's why God said, get out of here, man. Get away. Y'all don't even know how to treat each other right.
You did right by dispersing.
Get out of here.
Disperse yourself.
Go and follow them. But they're lords over us because you're following them. That's why God made them lords over you. Because you went following them. And you do, why? Because when you look at them, you say, wow. Wow, they do each other dirty. Family do family dirty. Man, he shouldn't do that to him. He forgot what he did for him, but she forgot what. It's not supposed to be here, right?
Out of here, man.
Sometimes you gotta leave it alone, man. Get off it.
Word.
So that you, nobody else, you can progress with God.
Because you stuck, bro.
Okay? Tom Sheep.
You shall keep my statutes.
Ye shall keep my statutes. What is the statutes? The days that God say we shall come together. and observe. But people are backwards. People come every other day, every other feast, except Shabbat. It's a problem with Shabbat. It's a problem. And then, when they do come to Shabbat, you can't treat this day like a feast day. You can't treat this day like a feast day. Feast day is about mirth. You're drinking. You get intoxicated. But you can't do that today.
Not today.
People is bringing in stuff. Stuff is going out. Garbage is going out. Because you partying, somebody got to take care of stuff. It's a lot of work. It's work. Being festive is work. Being at the party is work. So you can't do it today. It's a solemn assembly today. Solemn, a serious, a limited assembly. Okay? Can't get too carried away in nothing. You feel me? Time sheet.
Thou shalt keep my statutes. Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with the first kind.
You can't let the animals link up with each other. The goats, the lambs, and the sheep all together. Because animals don't have what we have. They don't have wisdom. They don't have knowledge. They can't really make a difference. A dog will jump on a cat will jump on a dog. You got to separate those farm animals.
Right.
Because you don't want, God don't like mixing. From back then, I noticed he don't like mixing. He didn't like it. If this thing is bad, leave it that way. It can't be something that is unholy can't turn holy. You gotta leave that there. That's why they took the first burnt offering altar that got desecrated. They had to take it and put it up.
Right.
Well, we're not throwing that away. Okay? But it's been defiled. We still can't. It's been defiled to the point we can't use it no more. So we have to put that up. 1 minute.
19.
Okay, so now you don't want the animals jumping on. You don't want the male goat jumping on the female sheep. If they will gender. Okay? Gender. What gender mean? Male and female. Mix. They will all mix up. But there's only 2 genders. Male and female created he, them. So everything is in the male, even plants. You have male plants, you have female plants. The male plants is the ones that carry the seed, just like the men. In the fish life, aquatic life, you got female, even in the fishes in the aquarium, there's ways to tell the female from the male. Yes, sir. But the humans don't want to make a difference. Man wants to mix it all up and confuse. You don't know now whether it's a man or a woman. I don't know. You know, since that's a man. I don't know if it's a man trying to look like a woman or a woman trying to look like a man. It's confusion of mind, abomination to the highest degree.
But it's okay. That's his choice.
That's his choice.
That's his choice. It's okay.
And that's your choice. And by you saying that, you accepted his choice. Yeah, you ain't bashing. And you take that idea man. To your children.
Wait for me, man.
Loto.
I don't agree with what the world agree with.
No, I don't agree with homos.
I don't agree with none of that.
Talking about all homos.
It is the most abomination to God.
Yeah.
And to me too.
Yeah. All facts going to
got nothing to do with that. Woman and woman, men and men, animals, look, all that stuff is dead in my book.
Whether they family or not, you're going to the pit.
You're going down. Doesn't matter who you are. Because when you get involved in these sexual actions, it is an abomination.
God hates you. God despises you.
Sodomite not only means men who mess with men.
No, break it down.
It means anal sex.
Yeah, break it down.
Oral sex.
Break it down.
Giving and receiving.
Break it down.
Masturbation.
Break it down.
Toys.
Break it down.
Orgies.
Break it down.
More than one sex partner.
Break it down.
Okay?
Break it down.
Okay? That's sodomy. All of that is what sodomy is.
Break it down.
The only way is you and your wife.
Break it down.
You and your husband.
Break it down.
The regular way. We know what that is. I ain't got it.
The regular way.
And we don't use.
No.
You don't use these.
No. That's masturbation.
It's
Whether it's on
masturbation.
yourself or the person,
Yeah.
it's masturbation. And you're worshiping. Once you masturbate, you're worshiping yourself. Okay? All of these things is non-coital. Non-coital is what we just said. Not the regular way.
Not the norm.
Why we call it the regular way? Because there are irregular ways. Some of these positions are also sun worship also. Yeah, moon worship also. They didn't go down on each other in here. These things were worship to idol gods and to Baal. That's what it was for. That's what those acts were made for, in defiance of the pure people. You think Moses and them got down like that? Where am I?
We at 19 still. Thou shalt not sow thy field with mingled seed. Neither shall a garment mingled of linen and woolen come unto thee.
I can't buy nothing. Pay attention now for the newcomers, okay? You're buying clothes, your fabrics, materials, it has to be 100% cotton, wool, silk, or linen. Those four. You cannot, and it has to say 100% cotton. You cannot have no other fabric mixed with it, no percentage. Everything you wear has to say 100%. Okay? Once it's mixed, okay, it's a garment that is mingled as for example, linen and wool. A linen fabric and wool fabric made in a coat. They got these things.
Yeah.
A lot of the nice brand name stuff you got, it's mixed. You gotta watch it. Socks, underwears, okay? T-shirts. So everything that you buy that has a fabric has to be 100% cotton, wool, silk, or linen, according to what I just read here. Neither shall a garment mingled come upon thee. The part where it says mingled of linen and woolen, that's for example. But you're not supposed to wear no mingled garment on you. Period. Time sheet.
Whosoever lieth carnally with a woman, that is a bondmaid.
This guy now, and she's betrothed now. She is promised to someone. She's a bondmaid, meaning what we would call a slave. Because she's bonded. She don't go nowhere. All right? Now, most of the bond women were not of Israel origin. They were foreigners. Some were prostitutes, some were bond women. Meaning you work as my servant, that's my maid, she don't go nowhere. She didn't, because she's not of Israel. She's my bond. Bond means you don't go nowhere. Okay? He said, whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid. Look, oh man, he ain't married to her. That's his wife there. But that's his bondmaid. That's his maid. You can't just run up on his maid like that.
God.
You can't, no. You can't just go up in there with, look, I'm going to get one of them up there. But no, all the women is there with that guy. Okay? Leave that setup alone. Go get your own setup. Tell she.
Betrothed to a husband, and not at all redeemed, nor freedom given to her.
If you go and lie with a bondwoman, a bondmaid that was promised to a man, okay? She says she shall be scourged, but in the Hebrew it says inquisition shall be made. You know what that means? Question, investigation.
Find out
what's going on. Because certain situations it don't always be the man, certain situations it don't always be the woman. Time sheet.
Nor freedom given to her. She shall be scourged. They shall not be put to death, because she was not free. And he shall bring his trespass offering to the Most
Because
High.
he trespassed. He still trespassed. Even if nothing happened, we investigated, okay, but you still got to bring up a trespass offering, right? And the priest going to make an atonement with the ram of the trespass offering before the Lord for his sin, which he had done. And the sin which he had done shall be forgiven him. Why? Because you still went and laid carnally with a bondmaid. She was still promised, betrothed, engaged.
There we go.
I'm engaged. So where you ain't supposed to be in my face. You ain't supposed to be in no man's face.
What the hell are you doing there?
You might engage. That's pre-marriage. You already promised. It's already a deal to you to be married in the future to this guy.
Promised.
Don't look at me, sister.
You ain't supposed to be in no man's face.
You ain't supposed to be in no man's face.
You ain't supposed to have no conversations with no man.
No man.
And that's not co-worker.
You don't want to be noticed all the time.
Just a co-worker.
Okay?
Co-worker.
Co-worker.
Co-worker from Merv.
Co-worker is the closest one to her.
Every day.
Every day.
75.
Spend 8 hours a day.
75.
I don't hear that.
You know how this goes.
You better ignore your male co-worker.
Familiarity.
Ignore that nigga.
Look, you know what it is with the woman deal with familiarity and unfamiliarity.
That's exactly what it is.
Okay? And you have to know
Once you
who
know.
and how to be unfamiliar.
Word.
So that men could see it. Because when I see women move a certain way, even women, they certain body movements, they're not gonna give you no horror body movement because they don't want you coming and looking at them and saying,
walk up to her.
and guess what? They naked.
That's a fact. That's a big fact.
Like,
She
nah,
naked. The way she dressed, she don't have nothing on, but she still give a certain unfamiliarity.
Yeah.
I'm not even paying you no mind. My eyes ain't even on you. That's what is needed nowadays. Focus. Tunnel vision. Because anything to get you from serving this God,
That's right.
anything to break you off from what got you linked to serving God, you have to be aware of that. Tom
Right.
And we shall come into the land. And shall plant.
Yo, man, this is supposed to be fun today, man.
Word. Amen.
When we're saying the 10 Commandments, man, I ain't like it. I ain't like the way everybody was saying it. I'm gonna be for real. Not everybody, but I want y'all to put some more oomph in it, man.
Amen.
Thou shalt not steal, man. What's up, man?
It's a no.
We don't sound like that when we sing "Make Me Hotter" and all of those songs. Water and all that. Yeah, they know the song. They'll be too.
The brother. Yeah, I love that song.
Look, I'm supposed to at least get goose pimples. Just the same way I get that cool, because I get a good feeling in certain songs. I ain't accept. I know that's how you can't play with me. You're supposed to have the same feeling when we sing these songs. At least clap on time.
Word. Sometimes.
So you was in a church, you be doing it. You be real quick. You be all over the place.
Catching that go.
Going crazy. About to give yourself a seizure. Time sheet.
And we shall come into the land and shall plant to all manners of trees.
And when you finally get in the land, because you're not there yet, because see, you ain't gonna be able, you can't do that here. You can't plant nothing here in this wilderness. You in this desert. And I brought you here to press you, to squeeze you, to test you, to see how much you can take, how much you can endure. Because only those that can take everything that I got to give out can do these commandments.
Yeah, word.
He wants the best of the best. He don't want quitters. He don't want doubters. All right? And he don't want complainers and whiners.
Amen.
God don't like that, man. See what he told Joshua, man. Get up. Ain't nothing to pray to, Get up. Take care of that now. I'll wipe everything out.
Word.
Because back then it was real. Close to me, man. I gotta understand certain things I ain't with. And if you do it, I'm wiping you out.
At that point, he wasn't accepting no prayers.
No prayer.
Confession.
Nobody's saying nothing. You can't kill nothing, and you can't kill a heifer. That's what Samuel did. Samuel, while they went to war, Samuel said, "Oh, let me get them back up." Because look, they're going to war and they're not right before God. But God gonna be with them. So let me take this red heifer and hit it up as an offering to God. That's why he did that. The prophet did that. The priest didn't do that. That's why you can't be no priest. You can't be no king. You know who consecrated them? Prophets. Where are our prophets?
Halim.
All the kings got is he told. Which prophet? mixing him up with Elijah. He told one prophet, go over there. And Jehu. He said, go over there. He said, don't say nothing to nobody. He told the prophet, go in, pour the oil on him, pronounce him king, and get out of there. Don't wait for no reaction. And that's what that prophet did. The prophets moved in a way that everything they did, God tell them to do certain things in a certain way to make a statement.
That's a fact.
Sometimes I'm outside and I will do certain things to make a statement. Okay? But the statement is for God. Mm-hmm. So he said, go in there, hit him, run back out. And that's what he did. He said, hey, there was Jehu. He said, Jehu, he said, come in. He said, I got a secret word with you. And he pulled him in a room. And he said, thus said the Lord. Pour the oil, anointing oil of God on him. No coronation, no inauguration, no party, no ritual, no nothing. A prophet of God to go to that guy, put it on him, and get out of here. That's all he got to do. But when that anointing oil was poured on David, it said the Spirit of the Lord came to him that instant.
Who was it that anointed Jeremiah?
Ahijah. There was always a prophet. Who did Aaron? Moses. Prophet of the Lord, the number one prophet of the Lord, who God speaks to face to face. None of the priests was able to consecrate themselves.
Right.
See, so once you killed off all our prophets, so where we getting priests from? Where we getting kings from now?
Y'all keep playing games, man.
That's how serious those titles are.
Kohen.
God snatched that. We're not prestigious no more.
Come on, son.
Humble yourselves, be a servant of God, and do his commandments.
I'm gonna call you fat boy. I ain't gonna call you no Kohen.
Kohen.
Tom shit.
Then you shall count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised. 3 years shall it be as uncircumcised.
Where am I?
We're at 23. I'm sorry.
23. Now, skip all of that. Because we don't own no farms. We ain't got nothing to do with this. This is all snatched. These are the privileges that got snatched away. We're not able to perform these laws. We're not able to perform these laws, man. Time sheet. Go down to 26.
You shall not eat anything with blood.
Read it again.
You shall not eat anything with blood.
Read it again.
You shall not eat anything with blood.
One more time.
You shall not eat anything with the blood.
What's up? What's
Yeah.
up? What's up?
Yeah.
He said, you shall not eat anything with the blood. What's up?
Well done.
I don't have to go into this.
Yeah.
Ye shall not eat anything with the blood. If I cut myself, I can't go.
Say hello to him.
No blood. Blood cuts you off. Blood is going to make the wickedness in you rise up and control you and get away from here. Blood is what links you to the voodoo world. Blood is what links you to the dark side. Do y'all know that? All witches and warlocks and everybody that deal with that have to drink and bathe in chicken blood.
Word.
Tell sheet.
Neither shall you use enchantments.
Oh, we'll come up right after that in the same verse. Don't eat with blood and don't use enchantments. Because to cast a spell on people, you need blood. You need this. You need that. You need cat hair. You need cat hair, 12 cat hairs. Burn it with some sage and 3 drops of blood. All these things God says no good. That's why you don't let these kids watch cartoons. Cartoons is full of ghouls, goblins, ghosts, and witches. I'm making my witches brew. They're not supposed to be watching none of that stuff, man.
Yeah.
And you see, I look like I'm mad. I'm not mad. I just hate. I brought myself to hate these things.
Amen.
And when you hate something, it's going to be shown. You can't help it. You can't hide. Look, I won't be able to hide. If I hate you, we in the same room,
it's going to be
I'm going to see it.
You're going to feel it.
I don't care how quiet I am. Guess what? I'm gonna be noisy with everybody except you. That you're gonna see the hate.
You're going to feel it.
So don't say I'm mad and I ain't bugging out. I have to be this way to hate what God say hate.
Amen.
I care about me. And this is true to me. So I gotta find ways that I know to keep myself right before God. You can't do that for me.
Amen.
Leave the blood alone, man. Leave the blood alone. So you won't be cut off from God so you can understand what you're reading.
Oh. A lot of people eating salmon and not getting the blood out the salmon.
It's in there too.
Okay.
It's in there
Salmon.
too.
It's
First
in
of
there
all, you can't eat the salmon in the can.
because it got blood in it.
Right? You got to go buy it.
Salmon in the can got blood in it.
You gotta do some work. Okay? Salmon in the can. Okay? It's cooked whole in the blood and everything by the time you get it. Okay? They put the whole, they cut the fish, take a chunk of that fish, put it in the can, close it, pressurize it, and cook it. By the time it hit the trucks is by the beach waiting when you come off the boat, off the shore. Okay? And they got it there. It's in the can already. It just ain't labeled yet. And they throw it in the trucks. The trucks go to the factory. It gets labeled. It's already cooked. It got cooked on the bone. And that little brown stuff on that blood, the dark part is the dark meat. Y'all heard of white meat and dark meat? The dark meat is blood.
Dark meat is blood. If you eat dark meat, you eat blood.
You eat blood. All canned meat, fish products have blood in it and fat in it.
There's no such thing as red meat. The red is the blood.
The red is the blood.
The red is the blood.
Look, all meat is red till you take the blood
Until you
out.
take the blood out.
Your meat is red.
Until you take the
Cut
blood
your
out.
flesh and look at your flesh.
Yo, I thought that was a thing, red.
Me too.
Take the blood out.
Playing word games, man.
There's no more word games, gang.
And Israel, it says Israel loved to what? Have it so. Time sheet.
Nor observe times.
Enchantments is spells. Hex. Spells. A hex. Hexagram. And we go back to that thing again. Enchantments is I enchant a spell. Do you know how to enchant certain
Repetition.
certain way you sing songs? It's not acceptable. Okay? Hymns. We don't do that.
That's different.
We don't hum and we don't do hymns. This is how the heathens praise a Christian God.
Do that.
Okay? The guttural. We don't do that. We don't do that. That is the mannerism of Christianity.
Yes, sir.
That's what they do when they
That's church.
don't feel like just singing.
That's church.
That's church. That's what it is. It's a lot of those mannerisms we don't do. Okay? Observe times. Let me see your hand. I'll tell you the future. See your life. Don't let nobody do that to you. Don't let nobody take your hand and say, "Oh, I see your future." Get your hand away from me. You don't do that.
Don't go to them. Don't go to them looking for love.
Don't go to those people. Don't go looking. People come here. I'm gonna tell anything to do with your future. Get away from them
Zello told.
because they do it in school, and it's always the girls. They want to grab. They only do it to the boy they like.
That's it.
I know, man. They only do it to the boy they like. You come in. Let me read your hand. And because she's cute, and then you get no. Yeah, watch out. Because you're gonna have heathen girls that like you. Yeah, and they're gonna come to you and want you to serve their God.
Xmas gifts.
Don't let them touch your hair. That's right. Don't even. Oh, you got beautiful hair. Don't let them touch your hair. Don't let the boys touch your hair. No boyfriends. No girlfriends. The boys stay with the boys. The girls stay with the girls. Yeah, that's how we came up. That's why we stick out so much. Oh, you're so hard. No, because nobody's getting taught like this no more. With the discipline and the rules and integrity of these people that serve God. That's why. Time sheet.
You shall not round the corners of your head.
Oh, man. Rounding the corners of your head means shaping your head. Okay? All right? Shaping. Has nothing to do with cutting of hair yet. We didn't get there yet. All right? Now, today, people don't do that no more. You know anybody that do that?
Africans don't do that no more.
They don't do that no more. Africans have been Americanized. They don't put bowls and wires to get that round head. Some guys got a handle in the back of their head where you can lift them up. All right? Some got protruding foreheads, look like Eddie Munster, look like Frankenstein. They're not rounding them no more. That means, you know why? Because from birth you can mold and shape the bodies because their bodies is still fresh. He said like a baby who just came out. His skin is raw. He can easily catch infections and stuff like that. The bones is brittle, so you can take a kid that was born pigeon-toed like this, and you can break it right. Or you can put braces on it, so after a while it'll form that way. So the Africans in worship, look, the strangest things, everything that God hates is what the people do to worship their God.
One
dude was like this. So one guy had one hand pinned shoulder, the other was bow-legged. He said, I had to fix that, man, because I didn't like the way I was walking. Yeah, man. You gotta examine your children, man. Look. They didn't come out like this. Nah, man, he ain't like that. Pigeon-toed guy, because it make your backside stick out. It's not good of a look for a gait. Remember what I was telling you about the word gait? Gait means of how a person walks, the mannerism of how a person walks. Everybody got a different gait. Certain gaits mean something. Body language. That's what it means. You can tell a person by how they walking. Dude walking, he walking like this. Yeah. Oh, you know he a slip and slide. He a hoodlum. You gotta watch him. Mm-hmm. You gotta watch him. Tell she.
Now let's shout out more of the corners that I been.
The women, how they walk. The innocent ones, they walk like they
real moms. They walk upright.
They're hurrying up and getting out of here. The other ones now, they hey, and they're just loose with it. And you hear the slip and sliding.
Oh, that's how you know about.
The heels of her feet is black. We call them blue foots. They blue foots.
Blue foots, I never heard them.
You don't want to mess with no blue foot or no pepperhead.
You call them pepperhead.
Some shit.
You shall not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead. Nor print any marks upon you.
He said, neither shall thou mar the corners of your beard. There is no such thing as corners of your beard. It's the extremities of your beard. Every part of your beard. Every part. That's the corners. All borders are parts of your beard. That's what it is. You can't be touched. What are you doing in the barbershop? That was unheard of. I've never seen that before. So this is a new thing to me. So you shall not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead, nor print any marks upon you. This is tattoos.
Yeah.
I'm inscribed in my flesh.
He told me.
But see now, tattoos, the origin of a tattoo came from honoring dead people. Yeah. The loss of my dead one. Yeah. I take an image of him or her and put it on the wall. Bang! They become a god once I do that. And that is called a household god. It's called Anish. Babylon and Egypt started. The Babylon, Egypt, the cradle of civilization, the cradle of abominations.
That's why when you go to someone's house, where are the pictures held at?
On high.
High.
Where? In what room?
In the living room.
In the living room.
Why is it called the living room?
That's where the
dead lives on in that room.
In that room.
In ancient Babylon and ancient Egypt, when you died, right, you were buried in the biggest room in the place. And this is why it's called the living room. They did not bury their dead out there. No. They buried them in the house. And you burn incense to them.
In the living room.
And there's a picture there dedicated to them. Rest in peace. A moment of silence. Pour out a little liquor. Anything you do in honor of a person that's dead, you are worshiping the dead and another god, and that person ain't even in the body no more. They've been gone. So what you're doing with that body is a ritual, an ancient, old demonic custom ritual started in Babylon and Egypt. So this is where images come from. This is where idols come from. Township.
Do not prostitute thy daughter to cause her to be a whore.
Don't prostitute your daughter. Don't prostitute your daughter. Don't allow her to do the things that the other girls are doing.
There we go.
That's how you prostitute her today. No, you can't go out. No, you don't have no boyfriend.
What you talking about? You got a crush on a little boy?
No. Israelite mothers is telling their daughters you can only have one. And that's why they're so quick to get married. They ain't even finished school yet. They ain't even set up yet. The one who they marrying to ain't set up yet. You're letting them court. That's boyfriend and girlfriend. You think they're not gonna touch each other?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Sometimes the girl is aggressive too.
Huh?
Okay. No.
That's a mindset you're giving them, man. That ain't it, man. She gonna give it up, man.
What?
And that make it easy now. That's what she did. That shouldn't be on your mind so early in life.
Come on now.
You're not finished training yet. You're not. You ain't finished yet. Tell she.
Lest the land fall to whoredom and the land become full of
Yeah, everybody getting some.
Everybody.
Nobody married. And we got a bunch of kids getting popped out in Israel.
Sure.
Huh? Nobody's married, but we got a bunch of kids popping out.
Popping out.
Tell she.
You shall keep my Shabbats and reverence my sanctuary. I am the Lord. Regard not them that have familiar spirits.
Don't go to get advice or counsel or seek your future and your welfare from people who what?
Who have
Familiar
familiar spirits.
spirits. A familiar spirit is a person who contacts the spirits of the dead. They say, well, look, man, my cousin Mike, he died. And I just want to, hold on. I'm hearing something else. Is your name Jeremy? Oh! Mike is talking to me right now. He's talking to me right now. And he's telling you, leave that alone. Look, most of the time they're scamming. That stuff is real. But not everybody got that skill, okay? Because you're going to know when they really do it, all right? Leave that alone. Leave that alone. God said, I have not suffered you to do these things, man. He said, neither seek after who?
Wizards.
Wizards. You know what a wizard is? A male witch. A man, you got witches that are female, you got a male witch. He said, to be defiled by them. How I seek after them? When there's something going on in my house. Every night there's banging, but nobody be here. I'm going to go and seek out the psychic.
Demonology.
Or a doctor. But this doctor, you don't go see this doctor in the hospital. This doctor don't take blood. This doctor don't have a stethoscope. It's a doctor in supernaturality. Familiar spirit. Today, they call that a medium. Be aware of the words that are being used today. They don't use familiar spirit. Okay? You might meet a girl and say, hey, yeah, I'm a part-time medium. You might not know what that is.
Majority of them doing it.
Majority is doing it.
Everybody.
They're into spiritualism. Okay? Leave those stars alone. Any star is no good. Because the stars that God set up in there are nothing but balls of fire. They have no points.
That's it.
6 point, 3 point. They made that up. Though each point is an angle. Each angle and each side covers a degree in masonry.
That's crazy.
That's why we don't mess with the pyramid. Because the Egyptians were also Masonic.
Makes sense.
Okay? They made everything in certain measures according to their deities. They didn't make their houses like this. They made their houses of worship like that. That's why we leave all symbols alone. No symbol. We don't use no symbol, no logo. There's no logo, no symbol being used here for God.
Amen.
You know what the logo and the symbol is? The Shabbat. You live it. You don't wear it. You don't draw it. That's my God that lives.
Amen.
Tongue sheet.
To be defiled by them, I am the Lord your God. Thou shalt rise up before the hoary head.
Get up before the hoary head. Hoary head means all great, not pepper. Don't get up for me. I ain't there yet. Jokesters. Couple of guys tried it before. I'm still peppered.
Hey.
Whole gray. See this? All the way gray. Get up for him. But.
Your parents ain't
But.
bad, great.
Look. Oh no, I'm gonna get to the parents. But the man who you getting up that has grace.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
You don't have to get up if you want to bust.
Yeah.
Some guy, he's a heathen. I don't care how old he is. Now, if he's old and he can't, and you feel like, yeah, man, sit down.
You
man.
feel like
if you feel like doing it, then that's on you. Because I have an eye to the elderly.
Yeah.
I have a certain eye to certain elderly people. I said, no, you go ahead, take your time. I give them a certain courtesy.
What is that? I'm gonna face the whole yeah. If he's found
in the paths of righteousness. That's another part that finishes that. So you don't give that to everybody.
Next thing you do that to an old man, the old man to look at you.
He gonna.
I just made this.
So you gotta watch that.
Generational boxing.
Look, you gotta watch that. Because his voice might be too high. Or he might thank you in the name of Jake.
Yeah, that happened before.
So that's why a lot of times I don't help nobody. Because they want to say, man,
In the name of Jesus.
man, I remember one time I helped somebody and she said that, damn.
Yeah. My seat.
No. I ain't helping nobody no more. Right? I don't know what's in those bags anyway. That's number one. Okay? I can't help the old lady. I'm not a good Samaritan. I don't hold doors open for nobody.
You're in that position. You're in that predicament for a reason.
Okay?
I ain't no good Samaritan.
All right? I'm not a good Samaritan. You know what a Samaritan is? You know what a Samaritan is? The people heathen people who were gathered from other places to be where Israel got kicked out at. It's called Samaria. And the people that were put there were called Samaritans. And those are the people that say, be a good Samaritan.
I ain't no good.
But they don't say, be good towards God. Time sheet.
In the name of Jesus.
And honor the face of the old man and fear thy God. I am the Lord. And if a stranger sojourn with thee in thy land, you shall not vex him. But the stranger that dwelleth with you shall be unto you as one born among you. And thou shalt love him as thyself. For you were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. You shall do no unrighteousness in the judgment.
Okay. 2 more minutes. Give me 2 more minutes to end this out now. There's certain things that I want to find. I want to show y'all. See, we always stick to the basics of everything. Because you'll be surprised. Here today, tomorrow Christmas. Here today, back to your birthday. Here today, back to 4th of July. Those days cement people in. And they draw people back in. I've seen people leave that alone and condemn it and go right back to it. So every once in a while, when those days get close, I gotta give you counters to let you know how serious it is. You don't even want to go in nobody's house that got this thing.
That tree there. That got that tree in their house.
Okay? Look, it was started in Persia. Do y'all know that? The X Day, Christmas, originated in Persia. Okay?
Tell us.
It said, Christians around the world are preparing to celebrate Christmas Eve, right? December 24th for the day, December 25th. It said the Persians, while Christians right now are getting ready for December 25th, the Persians, you know what the Persians are today? Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, Kazakhstan, Kazakhstan, all the stands. All of them. That whole area, right? Right now, it said they're ready to tribute one of the most festive celebrations on December 21st, the eve of winter solstice.
That's right.
Okay?
That's what that whole
It says the longest night and the shortest day of the year. Okay? Because at that time, by December 21st, right, the sun starts to, the night becomes short, start getting short again. See, now, daylight savings time, that's this, winter solstice. That's why they moved the time back. That's why we be like, man, why they keep doing that? Because they are down with the winter solstice. This is daylight comes from what? The sun. Sun worship. That daylight savings time when we got to turn an hour forward, hour back, that comes from worshiping the sun. That's what the winter solstice is. Okay? He said the winter solstice is the longest night and the shortest day of the year. In Iran, it is called Yalda. That's the sun. That's the sun god. Jake is the sun god. Okay? And so in the east, more than ever here in the west, lifestyles have remained more in tune with nature. We don't have nothing to do with nature. It said this integration of natural rhythms into life cycles, especially true in ancient Persia, and has survived the ages, meaning it's still being kept today. One more. According to the Bible, that guy, Jake, that was on the cross, was actually born on January 6th. This is the story now. The story on him, he really born January 6th. So what is December 25th really about? Okay? All right? They said that was his day. That he really had nothing to do with that. They took paganism and sun worship and put it together. Let me show you. January 6th, in the celebration of his birthday on December 20th. That don't sound right, right? He was born January 6th. So why is it celebrated 25th? Because it's the winter solstice. He is the sun god. He said, may in fact be born of Persian Mithraic influence. Right back to what you taught months ago about that pagan god Mithra. The restaurants, the pole, the sacred pole, dining areas, Persians, Mithraic, Zoroastrianism. Look all these words up tonight. They all connect. It said in the old Persian mythology, Mithra, the god of love, friendship, light, and the sun god with a capital S, capital G, was miraculously born. How you a god and you born? Where you know where he came from? He was born from a rock by the river. He was born by a rock from the river. He wasn't even born of a human or an animal. He come from a rock. Yes, laugh. It is funny. That's right. Yes, this stuff is abominations, man.
I ain't never heard that one.
Me either, son.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that's what he's really born of. Rocketry. It said the Roman emperor, this is in here, the Roman emperor Aurelia declared December 25th as the birthday of the unconquered sun, which at the winter solstice begins to show an increase of light. This is when the days become longer. By later on this month, see the sun go down 428, 429 light. This is when the days become longer. By later on this month, see the sun go down 428, 429. By the end of this month, it's going to be 439, 440. It's just getting closer to 5 o'clock. Okay? They even corrupted time that God gave us to worship the sun. All right? He declared this day as a day of festivities. Later, the Church of Rome established the commemoration of the birth of Jake, the son of righteousness. S-U-N. When it says son of righteous, it says S-U-N, the son. Wow. Zoroastrianism. And the tree is in replica of the tree that is in the Garden of Eden. That's where it comes from. Okay? In Germany, they would take silk and wrap presents in it and leave it under an evergreen tree. That's where the idea of putting your tree under putting your gifts under the tree came from. Germany started that part. But the tree goes all the way back to Nimrod days. The Hanukkah bush is the tree too. You got Israelites and all Jewish people. It's your Hanukkah bush. Let me tell you something. All these days that coming about now are linked. The Jewish, the Muslim, and the Christian got together and found their days, all right, that you could give gifts. We don't have no days to give gifts. If you want to buy me a gift, buy me a gift. Don't wait until a certain day. There was no day God commanded us to give gifts. On certain days, we gave portions. Portions, when you look it up in the Hebrew, is food, my song. My song. Shalom Aleichem.
Baruch Hashem.
Baruch Hashem.
Baruch Hashem.
Come on, kids, come on. Get it up.
Baruch Hashem.
Praise God, praise God.
Baruch Hashem, Baruch Hashem, Shel Adonai. Yo. Blessed be the name of our God, Blessed be the name of our God. Blessed be the name of our God. Blessed be the name of our God. Baruch Shemo. Uno te leke. Where my young God, oh my young God. Uno te leke. Oh my young God, oh my young God. Uno te leke. Oh my young God. Uno te leke. Uno te leke. Oh my young God. He gives us bread and water too, and water too. He gives us bread and water too. He gives us bread and water too. He gives us bread. He gives us bread and water too. Let's remix this, y'all. Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem. Blessed be the name of the Holy One. Uno te leke. Oh my young God. He gives us bread and water too. Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem. Blessed be the name of Holy One. Uno te leke. Oh my God. He gives us bread and water too. Baruch Hashem. Baruch Hashem. Baruch Shemo, bless his holy name.
Baruch Hashem.